has life become a plan? Yeah, to put some money in my hand when the love I really need is stupid cheap. Hope to be was always me, and the love I fought to feel was always. What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love? 'Cause the hole inside my heart is deep, and the path I tried to go inside my heart is still deep. Why has life become a plan? Yeah, money in my hand when the love I really need is stupid cheap. Stupid cheap. What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love, yeah? 'Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid cheap, stupid deep. I tried to find an access road that I could pull off and park at. I went to the town with the dominoes, and the energy was bad. I couldn't find a place that I wouldn't be bothered at night. So I drove about another 20 minutes north into the islands because I know there's a church that I can park at. And I was supposed to meet with them before, but they didn't return my calls, and they didn't. Nobody was here when I got here, so I had to go over Plattsburgh. So I've got a little bit less than a quarter of a tank, and the last time I came here, I was watching a tarot video, and they said that they had saw a red-tailed hawk, and then two of them flew above into this tree here. And over there's a farm and a gas station. So I'm gonna try to apply to that gas station and this farm and see if they'll take me. I won't tell them that I'm homeless this time, and I'll just ask the church tomorrow if I can put their address on the application, because then will come to the church, there's an email here, and the thing that was driving people away the last time was, the last 30 times, was that my address goes to the post office. So then they ask, are you homeless? And I say, I'm living in my car. I didn't have a car before, but I have a car now, and it's comfortable, and these stains don't help. So I usually go into gas stations and wash them off. This is just pasta from this meal that I microwaved. Why has life become a plan? Yeah, to put some money in my hand when the love I really need is stupid cheap. Someone gave me a brownie today. I don't want to do YouTube. I just want to make music. I just want to make music. When I got to Burlington, I couldn't find something that felt right. Because I had all this inside. I had individuated a lot. And when I would go to jobs, I would sit in the job. So like at McDonald's, I would sit in the McDonald's. And if I didn't like the energy of it, like people stomping around, bad vibes, domineering management, and I felt like it was attacking, I couldn't do it. Like I would build up a lot and then I would have to cave and get food stamps. And as soon as, like, people were very friendly and everything, but as soon as I signed the paper, they would yank it from me and they would completely change. And I felt like everything that I had just worked towards and become, I had accidentally gave it away. So when they would yank it, they would yank it and they would run with it like fast. And then afterwards it felt like they were coveting it. And then I would feel them take it all and I would feel empty and in pain. And I didn't know how to get it back. And then they would basically just tell me to fuck off. They would completely change as soon as I signed it. So that made me think that there was some type of, when going to society, people are now using this spiritual energy that we're all being blessed with to sort of covet and play these power games. So I must have had a lot of presence and this feeling of like magnetic power that people thought was really attractive and sought after. So people wanted to take it for themselves, and when they did, they would usually kick me to the curb. And it would take a long time for that to sort of rebound and come back to me. It took having to get off of food stamps. And then when I got off of food stamps, it felt like some of it would come back. And I'd be able to pick it back up and keep going. Constantly holding it in just so that emotional, like dark, watery energy, I guess, that would allow me to get into music better. So that when I would drive around and I would play music, there was more of me here. I was experiencing the emotions more vividly, which would allow me to get higher states of thinking, which would allow me to kind of grow and think about things more and bring it down and have something more meaningful in the song, in the music, so that when I would create my own, there was more of me, there was more of me. And I'm really grateful that I didn't go right into a job, because of the things that I've made now. Just driving down the road and playing it reminds me, and it's like a time capsule. It brings me back all the stuff that I feel like I lost from the journey and from things that have happened to me. When I play the music, I can get back into the state of thinking I was at, which took a lot of hard work. It was really tough. It was days where I didn't know if I was gonna make it. It was hard to just keep it together long enough to finish something. So I would have to persevere through it all, and I would have breakthroughs. And during those breakthroughs was when things like, all of a sudden, I'm going the speed limit, everything's fine, but then I get pulled over, and I can feel that same magnetism, like somebody trying to take it from me again, trying to keep me in fear. And when I started out, it wasn't that big of a deal. They weren't able to take it from me. I was able to keep the focus and hold it in and just have the interaction, which would usually make them very angry. But after the trauma and after just repeated over and over, then it became like, even if I just saw an officer, it was almost subconscious at that point that I would just have it yanked from me. And I'm slowly getting over it. Like now when they knock on the window, it seems that there's not as much of an exchange anymore as there used to be. and I have things I can say that, and I know how to do the righteous oversharing, which usually flips them at this point, probably because they went through the dominance and power games from that 2022. It's been a few years of them growing from that, and they've learned perspective and gotten back, realizing their sense of personal power and how it isn't necessary to feel powerful at the expense of others. Sometimes I see that some people still, I would call it immaturity. They still need to get, I think they just like it. I think they like it. I heard that in the cities it's all that, and it's only that. That they don't even know that there's an alternative. And I didn't really know as much about there being an alternative until I went out in the woods. How many people do you know that with a story like mine? Isn't it cool? I was forced into the park and ride, and it got so violent, and I did go to all these different businesses. I started off at US Venture, then I tried the college, then I tried the Subway, then I tried the barn, then I tried the McDonald's, then I walked all the way down and checked in at the Humane Society, then I walked all the way down and tried Cumbies, then I went to the barber shop, then I went to I was supposed to work at the laundromat in the music hall, but they trespassed me because before my first day of work, I wanted to be arrested. So I slept in the laundromat, the 24-hour laundromat, so that I could wake up at 5 a.m. and go right into working next door in the building owned by the same people. And even though we were cool that night, the next morning, for some reason, he trespassed me. And when I looked at him, even though he was a Jehovah's Witness, that morning it looked like he was sunken and dark and in that bad energy that seems to attack me. It looked like he was like that. So I just said, what happened to God? And I saw like a little spark for a second, and then I saw it just completely leave him, and he sunk a little bit lower. And I was like, there must be something interfering. I know the guy was very overweight, and I think he drank, so I think he had something. But it just, to me, it looked like a deceiver. Something had convinced him that everything we had talked about God the last night didn't matter at all. And even though he knew that I was supposed to work next door, and I had a job lined up, 25 an hour, to help build the stage and the flooring, he trespassed me so that I would be trespassed from there too. And the day before, I played my music for the guy that was doing the floor, and he really liked it. He was really interested in like letting me meet someone he knew that had a studio. But then the next morning, I go there, and he's like, "Is this your fucking sleeping bag on the railing outside?" And I said, "Yeah, I went down to get food stamps from the on the bus because I didn't have, you weren't here at 6, and they said that you were coming in at 10, so I had enough time to get there and back. I'm only like 10 minutes late." And he's like, "Oh, well, by the way, because you're trespassed from there, you're trespassed from here too." And I was like, it seemed to me like he was showing off for his son, because his son was there, and he had to be the big bad guy. And then when I tell you that the next time I saw that guy, he was in the Cumberland Farms, and his son was pressed up against the wall, and he was like an inch from his son's face, like this close to his face. And he wasn't scolding him. He wasn't trying to teach him anything. He was just talking about his day. And I overheard it a little bit. He was just talking about what he wants to do tomorrow, and the things he did the other day, and just talking about like casual small talk. But he was in his son's face, and like, and his head was down. And I assumed he was really out of touch with reality. But I felt spiritually he was trying to drain everything, and his son was like taking it, and the son just wanted to get away, and the son was really uncomfortable. So I just walked up and stood there for a couple seconds, and he didn't acknowledge me. It was just really weird. So I stood there for like probably 30 seconds, he could see me, but he just continued small talk. So I said, the guy was spiritual. So I said, you're going to get karma for that, whatever this is. And then I took my soda and I walked away, and I haven't seen him again. But I felt like a sigh of relief from the sun, because when I spoke, it created some like comfort for the sun and showed, like, validated that, yeah, the guy is crazy. And that whatever that was really weird. And then I tried Shaw's. I couldn't work at Shaw's back then because to charge my phone, I would go to this closed business, and there was a guy in a white truck that would show up, and he would bitch me out about being there. And I said, like, hey, if I ran this for a month, it would be like 10 cents. This is just where I feel safe while I try to find work. And he couldn't take it, whatever. He kept coming back. He came back with his wife and kids and kept doing it. And then eventually I went to the Humane Society, or the animal hospital next door, and was just sitting there because it was nice out. It was the summertime, and they had a recliner, so I was just sitting outside in the parking lot in the recliner, and someone called the police. And the cop just drove me 2 minutes up the road back to Shaw's. And that guy's uncle worked at Shaw's, so he said he wouldn't let me work there. I did try the dollar store. They didn't need me at the thrift store. And then at that point, I had done everything in that town twice over, and I had found that shack in the woods. So I figured at that point, it was like every night I could sit here and be like, am I on the right path? And then a shooting star right to left, and I would get one. And I was like, can you do it the other way just so I know I'm not crazy? It's not like a meteor shower or something. And then opposite left to right, exactly when I would ask. So I was making content that was, I was getting more subscribers. People were interested. I thought this would be a really cool opportunity just to show. And I had never in my life had a piece of land where I could be by myself. I had just gone 6 or 7 months driving, and then 6 or 7 months before that, 6 or 7 months before that, homeless in a city. And none of that worked. And I was always praying for what I had here. And because of the instance where I had drawn it in a TV show I was writing, I was doing an animated TV show, and I drew the scene where the main character finds the sanctuary. And when I got to the park and ride, I heard the word sanctuary in my head, and I felt a pull into the woods, and I was like, that's weird. And then I eventually wound up over there where I found the sanctuary, and the sanctuary looked the same way that I had drawn it 6 months prior. So it was really special, and I was having really cool experiences, like laying on a pallet, ticks all over me, feeling sick, drinking from river water that I didn't know was runoff from a farm, manure. So I was getting sick, but then I was having these really spiritual experiences, and the birds would come hang out with me. And it felt good. I felt like I was actually healing. I really liked being scared out there and lighting a candle and hiding in the tent on a pallet, no bed, no blanket, and just hearing the sounds of the forest and feeling all the different energies and trying to figure out what it is and how it responds to me. It was really cool. And then the first time it rained, and being scared that the wind is going to knock over the trees, and I would just kind of accept death. Like, I was kind of, the only thing that I didn't like was that what if I woke up and there was a tree crushing my spine, and then I lose access to life for the rest of my life, but I don't die. So I said, like, if you're gonna knock a tree over, please crush my head. I don't want to suffer anymore. It's not masochism. It's just I don't want to suffer anymore. And at that point, I had a lot of traumas that from the minute I wake up, there would be a second where I feel peace for a second, and then it was usually just, it felt like a force would just, like Vecna from Stranger Things, just like grow into me, and it was just torture, where I was reliving the traumas every day, and I couldn't see the traumas anymore, like not like daydreaming and vividly experiencing it, but more like just the constant feeling like somebody was overpowering me with their will, and I wasn't able to put my will and have my peace. I couldn't build a space of peace because it was something always burrowing in and then pumping into my consciousness. So all I could really say was like, they're raping me, they're raping me, they're raping me, they're raping me, they're raping me. But over time, I learned how to, at the smallest speck of me, resist and then slowly be comfortable with it. And that took, in that severe depression, eventually it took going on that walk. Because I would start, first I would go to McDonald's and back, and then I would go all the way up to the college and back, and then I would go all the way to the cemetery and back, and sort of just growing out, getting more comfortable walking. And I would go at night, and it was really nice. It was really cool lighting. I was scared of going from the cabin to the road because there was stuff out there. I could maybe at some point, if she'd like to speak on it, I could get this girl I know that said that one time she was running through the woods after meeting me, and I told her about these experiences. Not specifically this one. I hadn't told her this one, which is validating that she got lost in the woods, and this silhouette of light was pressing against the side of her head, and she was seeing it, and she felt like it was trying to chase her and like get her. So she ran, and the way that she ran got her out of the woods. If she had kept going the way she was going, she would have gotten way lost. But because this light being that I say that I would see in the same forest would turn its head out and wave at me, it chased her, and she was scared, but it chased her to the place she needed to be. I really want to see the redwoods. Somebody told me about them the other day. I waited 2 months. Nobody hired me. The jobs that were interested, now that I have charges for trespassing that counts, and stuff like FedEx doesn't want to hire me or can't because of corporate. And there's a lot of places like that that won't hire me because of corporate. Like the moving company didn't take me. The ski resorts that I tried didn't take me. There's still a couple, and they used to take migrant workers, so maybe they might help. I don't know. Um, I was all in on this wagon idea because people hate seeing tent campsites, but they're unavoidable. You can't punish them into not doing it. There's no way to get a homeless person, because I mean I'm living proof at this point that even I'm pretty put together. I've got some stains on my pants, you know, not on the crotch area, but like just discoloration from wearing these pants for 2 years. That doesn't look great, but this is a pretty decent hoodie, pretty decent. Like, this is a nice coat, and my hair's not messy, you know, it's not bad. And they won't hire me just because they find out that my address is a post office or a homeless program. I'm assuming the thought, like the present moment that they're in, they see my application and they're thinking about, should I hire him? And I'm just thinking that there's probably an invasive negative force. It's like, no for this, no for this, no for this, no for this. So they're coming up with all these reasons that avoid that I'm just here and I'm ready to work and I would be a hard worker. And I seem to have a good head on my shoulders. Even if I'm crazy, I'm at a point where I'm just as functioning as every other crazy person. And everybody's crazy. So tomorrow I'm going to try this church. And I did say there was a video that was the totem animal was a red-tailed hawk. And then another video was like, I just saw a red-tailed hawk. I don't know, it could be meaningful for you. And then 2 red-tailed hawks landed. One landed on the tree up here, and then it moved over to that tree. And then another one flew around this way and landed with the other red-tailed hawk. And they were both facing this farm up here. And there's a gas station over there. So, and then I went on after I left here last time, I went on this big long journey around Lake Champlain, trying to find churches with carpenters in the congregation that would let me go to use their garage and their tools to build a wagon for homeless for a prototype and bring it to the mayor of this town that's interested in them and show him this is how it works. This is what it's like to be in there. Crawl inside, and he can get in there and lay on the foam mattress, and then feel the comfort. He can open the window I want to build. And then it's not going to be a tent. It's going to be tent mesh that folds up with it to keep ticks out and everything. So then you just unzip the screen window and open the wooden window, and then zip the screen up so you have air, and he can see what it's like in there, rock it back and forth, and see that it's not going to fall over or break. And then when he gets out, I'm like, watch this, and then fold both sides, fold the roof in, then fold the walls in. I'm not totally sure on how I want to do the side walls here. It's going to have to break apart in two ways. But that folds in, and then it all folds up like this and folds together. And then everything you own goes in a saddlebag. Something that looks kind of like a saddlebag, where it drapes over both sides and then goes underneath both of it to keep it together. Doesn't fall apart. And then it's like backpacks over it, so that all your stuff is there. And then the wheels that were on here, the wheels fold inside when the walls come down like this, and the platform comes down. The wheels fold inside so that you can hold it like a suitcase beside you. Or you can roll it up or fold it back up, everything. And then two broom handles come out and lock, so you can carry the legs fold up. You can carry it like a rickshaw and pull it behind you. And I think it would be cool. There needs to be the trash can compartment, so it's like a wooden box trash can that sticks out, that when it's time, because when it folds up, the trash can needs to fold this way and then rest there. So when it's all folded up in the back, the trash can sits there with your trash in it. So then that eliminates, and it's already cool that mayor already developed a system, which is what I wanted to do for my hometown, where you have these portable concession stands, so up and coming food people and merchandise sellers can rent out with a permit specific times to put their little shop in the tourist place. It'd be kind of like that, but with homeless wagons that can go to designated campsite areas. And then you have an opportunity, hopefully with that, trying to get a church van, so that, in a program with the road crew, because I tried the road crew and they wouldn't hire me because I didn't have transportation. I tried the road crew again and they haven't responded to my application yet, and it's been 3 or 4 weeks now. So if I can develop a rapport with a company that always needs flaggers, because people leave and come all the time, we have an opportunity to fill shifts where you have open shifts and you have a plethora of people that are looking for money but are in a lot of different circumstances. They have the opportunity to come through, sort of like up gig work, Shift Smart, but not through those programs, through this one. We take them out to the road crew and they hold a sign and stand there for 4 hours. And half the money comes back to the program, and they think it's for rent or something. And then eventually at the end, or I think I'd be transparent with them and say that the money can either go to an e-bike or a car. And their car is paid off and everything's good. It's taken to the mechanic and everything's sound, and they have the vehicle and they have insurance and they have money to spare. When they're ready for that next step of their life, they have this built up savings in the homeless program, so that they can get from that level to this level. And this level is a lot more difficult because there's still an unwillingness to hire them. And they have monthly subscriptions they have to pay, which are pretty expensive for someone with no income. Insurance eats up a lot of money, but I can at least get them the car. In the future, hopefully I would have a program that deals with animals and carpentry, so that when they're at this level, they can go right from just the flagging, like on the ground, boots on the ground, to driving to someplace like a farm and work on agriculture, develop microgreen farms, and help raise chickens and care for the eggs and travel, where it can be this farm today, and then if you want and you got enough gas money, it can be that farm tomorrow, and then it can be that farm the next day. And you just show up and you go and do your job, and it's nice, and you work out in nature and you work hard and you get paid fairly, and that can sort of get you more in connection with nature and sunlight and come further out of your shell. And maybe that might be where you're ready to get into what feels like slavery, where you get a regular job. But to homeless, it does feel, I mean, some people that are like stuck in this deep depression, it's fine to get to a job because they're already suffering and enslaved. They don't really care that it feels like sexual abuse to be employed. But some people just can't do it. And that's not saying that they're not capable of doing great things. I think a lot of them would make a lot, I think they'd be really good at stocks. They just need to get to that position. So I'm trying to open up that gateway so that they can get through that trail to get to a better position. And I tell people this, and they like, usually they just talk shit. They just talk a lot of shit. Like one guy, he just kept going off about how the roofing would be really expensive to put shingles on it. And I was like, okay, then I could 3D print waterproof shingles. So it looks like the shingles, but it's 3D printed, made out of plastic. So the water just comes right off it, but it still gives me the look of the barn that I'm looking for. And he's like, and I'm like, if somebody came to me with an idea like this, I would call every church I know and be like, hey, like if I knew a carpenter, I'd be like, hey, do you mind? The only carpenter I know is not a good it's not a healthy person to be around. He's kind of got a lot of mental health issues, and it's better that you just leave him alone. I tried, and I did it for a month, and it got pretty out of hand, and I had to leave because he was like getting naked and walking around, and I was under the stairs, and there's a bunch of sawdust where my bed, under the stairs where my bed was, and he started stomping and kicking sawdust in my eyes. And the only thing that had really changed is that he had started kind of hitting on me a little bit, calling me like his wife and calling me babe for like 6 hours straight. And then I just said basically, I'm not gonna fuck you. And then he got mad. Why the fuck nobody smoking a blunt? I don't want to smoke weed until I have a more stable situation. People have told me that Arizona's got these moving boxes. I just don't have enough. I don't have enough to get there. And if I went there, I don't know if I'd have a safe place. So I know it's a lot more dangerous down there, and people are... They're just as unfriendly here, but here it's so expensive to live, people don't really have the time. In the summer they do, and they do a lot of shit to us. But I figure in Arizona, there's just a lot more people. So there's a greater probability that people will care less. And I would go to Arizona and I would apply to a Target and work at a Target. When I tried to backpack through Arizona, there was nothing, and the internet had brainwashed people. So there was a lot of 15-year-old kids that were like robbing old ladies, and they were white kids. They were not illegals or Mexicans. I saw 2 kids with white names, and I couldn't tell if they were Mexican because they were, or just tan, but they had white names. I didn't watch them either. I met them, and then much, much later, like at the start of the journey, I met them because it's a simulation, and then at the end, they got kicked out of the motel because they robbed an old lady who was in a wheelchair. So I just don't, I was like, if I can get a car and I have a bunch of money in my pocket and I can set up and get a registered firearm for self-defense, and I was hoping to have a dog, like a protection dog, like a Cane Corso, and then I was gonna venture further out to more dangerous places once I had that backbone and a routine set up and I was buff and learned some type of self-defense class. Then I think people would fuck with me less and see me as less of a target. Red and blue doesn't matter, man. It's just sports to capitalize off white people. Just because there's a Democrat that's the current mayor doesn't really mean much. Like, Vermont is a blue state, but there are people with Trump flags trying to kill me pretty often. I haven't had a problem the past few months, but the first day, pretty much the first week I got the car, somebody keyed it and kicked it. Those people aren't blue. The blue people that I saw, other than the blue aliens, one time I was at a pull-off in Virgins or something, and 2023, and there was a bunch of trash at the end of the road, at the end of the parking lot. So I parked in the trash so that I could sleep. I figured nobody would park there. I wouldn't be impeding anybody, and there's already a bunch of trash there, so why not I sleep in the trash where I belong? And then I woke up to a blue leftist man saying, "Is this your fucking trash?" And then he threw like he got really like emotional and called the cops on me. And I walked out. And I was like, my kid is dead. You don't know what I'm crying. I'm like, you don't know what it's like. I would have cleaned this trash if I could just sleep for 2 hours. And then the cop showed up and said, "I heard you're singing." They said that they had heard a dog yelping when they were talking about my singing. They were like, "Oh, we heard your dog yelping all the time," even though I was pretty good. They were just in that need to talk shit and dominate you mode. But the car was perfectly legal and everything. There was really nothing they could do, but they still followed me. For the next few days, they would just follow me around. True story. That's it. Like, the blue people pretend to care. The red people are proud that they don't care. The cops aren't my friend. The cops have never shown me that they're my friend. Ever. I've never had a good experience with a cop, other than... No, I think even when they towed my car, they still charged the homeless shelter for it. I think maybe she got me a free coffee once. This one cop. But every nice interaction we've had, it always ends with that they're ready to enforce trespassing at any minute. It's never just like, "Hey, have a good day, man." It's always like, "Hey, have a good day, and you're trespassing." And I just go, "I'm native. You've just been trespassing longer than I have. You have a schizophrenic delusion of property lines." By the way, you're also trespassing. You're on the same property, and this is private property. You're trespassing just to come here and bother me. Because sometimes they would do it, and the property owner would be upset that the cops were there and would post on Facebook, and the police station would delete their comments. Sometimes these cops think that they can go right onto private property and just walk around their backyard. And they get caught all the time, overextending their reach just to snoop. Just say you're an illegal one-way ticket is $600. I don't think that's real. And I don't know what it's like in those other countries. Like, the same people that are mad about illegals talk a lot of shit about the countries that they're from. like if you ask somebody that's really mad about illegals, hey, would you ever move to that country? And they would be like, fuck no, it's horrible there. And I'm like, well, why, if it's that bad, if you're really mad about MS-13 and the cartels and all this horrible shit, you think that these people are horrible, why are you upset that there are people trying to flee that and come be a part of this country because they think it's great and they believe in the American dream and they work really hard? They just, I heard it's pretty much impossible to be a legal immigrant. People can do it, but I think it costs a lot of money, which takes a lot of work. So people come in here, and that's the problem there, is once they're, I don't mind that they come here. I'm fine with this being a free country, and people from other countries come here to pursue happiness and become Americans and work hard. I don't know enough about the process of becoming legal once they're here, is the issue. But to me, when I sign up for food stamps, it feels like a black magic ritual that ends up making me feel permanently worse. And the people in there seem to be infiltrated by demonic entities. So imagine not understanding English and that's all you see is just demons running around. And the shit, I'm an American citizen and I'm treated pretty bad. Imagine if I was treated this bad and I didn't learn English, and imagine all the horrible shit they probably had to go through. A lot of people on that trail to come to America are sex trafficked and raped and have to be raped in order to get here. And that's better than the alternative. So after all that, and then you come here and then it sucks and everyone's like crazy. What is it? It's funny. I learned yesterday, because I said I don't really look up any of the spiritual stuff. I try to make my own. For the people that have been watching for a while, I talk about how it seems like there's a dark force that has a lot of these people in these communities. The natives literally call them the dark force people. The Pueblo Indians call them the dark force people, and that they're a sickness, and it's just going through the stages of healing until we get through their sickness and continue growing and thriving and coming back to the indigo people and the rainbow people and the star seeds and the star people, who transmit their information to people who have hybrid bloodlines, and they are tasked with making this place a better place. And I'm like, I've been saying that. And I looked it up the other day. I watched like Full Disclosure, where a Pueblo Indian said basically the same thing that I've been saying. That when you leave society, based on your epigenetics, you have connections to something in spirit that will communicate with you, and they help you. Most U.S.-born American citizens couldn't afford the legal immigration process. That's what I was thinking, is that it's probably really extensive and hard. And yeah, those people could. I don't know what's going on with like Democrats and blue states and bringing in illegal immigrants to vote for Democrat, and it just depends. Like maybe the Republicans are doing something bad, like Epstein's Island shit, and I see at the end of the day, it seems like it's all just a bunch of sneaky people doing bad stuff, and it doesn't really matter your affiliation. Like before that, we had Bloods and Crips. They're both bad. It seems more like implemented psyops. Because like Crips, the blue people, it meant community revolution and progress, and it was all about helping the community. Just like Democrat. They're like the Democrat gang. And then Bloods were like the more extremely violent ones. And that's what we see from Republicans. I think it's just part of human behavior. I liked the Bad Bunny concert. And I thought that the Turning Point one was kind of boring. I was like, it's good songs, but it just looks like a cash grab. I don't think they really care. I think it's a cash grab. Julia, what made you call me boy? The average human organism has been infiltrated by demons. I think we just don't have the education to discern the difference. And the demonic stuff feels good. So people are mostly just chasing that good feeling. And I do think that it's systematically in place to make it hard to have any alternative. And I do think that they established a groupthink Milgram experiment. The Milgram experiment was you take people into a room and there's a dial and there's a person on a camera somewhere far away they say is nearby. And they just tell them to turn up the dial. They don't tell them anything else. They just say, turn up the dial and then you'll be paid or something. And then people turn up the dial and the person goes, ow. And they turn it up more and they go, until they die. And something like the majority of people that were put in the Milgram experiment killed that person just because a scientist told them to. I don't think there was a monetary incentive either. I think they would have gotten paid either way. And most people just killed the guy. So I think that this thing is a Milgram experiment. Like how cruel can you make people before they stop? The blind leading the blind. And it's always at the expense of people that are closest to Jesus. People suffering outside of society, dreaming of a better world and have no way to make it come true because they feel alien. Those are always the test subjects. What's up, Heather? Wasn't it cool? Did you see the video with that kid from the homeless shelter? That he came from somewhere very far away and he got stuck in this place, and his manager, he ended up on this hill in this parking lot outside of Walmart, and the person that he met that helped him at that Walmart at the top of the hill was Brian. And then it all got ruined because of a kid named Ethan who was his friend and then betrayed him. And that's like one of the main staples of the Casey story. And then tattooed on his arm was numbers that add up to 11 and numbers that add up to 33. And his name meant a certain name, and then the homeless program used to be called that same name when it was a bar until it closed down, and then it was bought by a guy with the same name. Julia, you gotta do your research, man. So originally, Democrats were the same exact values and principles as Republicans. And over time, that institution changed their values and changed their stance and became like what the Democrats are now as a theoretical basis. Republicans originally had all of the values and their principles that the Democrats have now, but over time those changed. So originally
what would be a Republican now would be a Democrat. Those flipped. I don't know the exact time frame that it flipped, but I think it was after the Civil War. At some point, it flipped, and that's just pretty much how life goes anyway. When you have like a movement, is that slowly it gets overtaken by the opposite side. It's just part of whatever. So they happened to infiltrate both, and then they both grew out, trying to probably righteous people that wanted to change the institution for the better, and they wound up flipping. Like, that's why Celts have the Celtic Nazis, because that's how life works. You can just ask ChatGPT that. Did the Democrats used to be Republican values and Republicans used to be Democrat values, and then they switched? Your new second chance dead Jesus society only gets worse for religious reasons. Nope, Dem still pro-slave pick crops. I mean, my perspective is that there's no difference. They just portray a difference because back in the day they had made it impossible to really think or really do anything about it, and we didn't have the access to the masses that we do now. So being united wasn't actually ever a possibility. So they would divide and conquer through propaganda, and they would turn them on each other with sports. So they made red and blue the way that they made the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Eagles, so that they would just be combative about each other all day, and nobody ever really had the authority or ability to actually make a change. Whether it's a Democrat bringing in a migrant worker to work very slowly towards becoming legal and funneling money towards the idea of helping them, but they never actually get the help, and they perpetuate the crisis in order to keep requesting funds, or if it's just Republicans flat out ostracizing them and forcing them into those positions and only giving them pay and saying, you can, when you make your own thing, then you can get out, not giving them the opportunity to make their own thing. To me, it's the same thing. It's just structured differently. And I think that personally, I think that most people like that because it's a form of escape. You can pretend to identify with an ideal and still exhibit the same behavior. Like whether or not you're rooting for the Chiefs or the Eagles and you're wearing different jerseys, you're still buying the ticket. You're still going there just to watch. You don't really have an effect on anything that has to do with that. And the thing on the field is usually really buff paid actors that already have the plan for the play structured out, and they're all receiving communication for which play they're going to do, and they already have a rapport with the other team. They've already practiced several times, not to compete with each other, but to reenact the rehearsed creation from a team of writers in a bureaucratic office to make the show good enough to continue getting as much money as they can. It's not real. I don't think it really matters whether you're red or blue. I think it's what you do. And what you allow is what will continue. How much actual play do you have? Like, whether you identify as a Republican or a Democrat, be honest. How much does that actually do for you other than just allowing you to play pretend all day? Like, how people that are really political in here, how much of your day is rooted in politics and just spouting at each other? That's the point, is that you don't really do anything. You don't really have an impact. I doubt your votes matter. And you mostly just waste your time that you could imagine all that mental bandwidth about politics and drama and all this shit. If you had actually stripped all that away and just let it go and it's not real and you're just here in the community, I think that we would progress 10 times faster. I think that segregation with all this drama, there would be a lot more stuff. And then from what I saw, I broke down in Pittsford and a random guy came up to a gas station to look at my car because I was broken down, and he told me a story about how they would get together and they would cut the finger off of a migrant worker that for some reason, and they would cut the head off a chicken, and they would gamble how quickly he could grab that chicken. And they said the worst thing that he'd ever, I don't think they said cut the finger. I think they said they flayed the finger. So they flayed a chunk off like that, and then they would make him chase the chicken because it was harder to grab because it really hurt. And they would gamble how long could he take to hold on to the chicken even though it hurt. And that was recent. He said he did that. He said they still do that. I don't have the money for like a fake camera and to go there and get it on camera and get them in trouble. And I know the cops are probably in on it. It's like a long-standing tradition. Then months, and they said the worst thing he said the worst thing he ever did was they chopped a hand off a migrant worker. Fast forward, like 8 or 9 months later, and I went to the migrant worker protest in a town 100 miles away. And they were just saying, please help us. We're fine working for the pay that we're having. Just help us get a piece of land. The same thing that I'm saying. Just help us get a piece of land to sit in safe. We don't care that you pay us $3 an hour and you don't feed us. It's better than where we came from. And all we want is just a safe place to sit. Because we really believe that there are more opportunities here for us. And we're trying to be American citizens and do this because we're helping our families back home. I remember seeing a sign once that said they torture us. But that wasn't at the one I went to. That was the one in Montpelier. A migrant worker who looked more native than South American had a sign that said they torture us. I only ever hear stories of people raping migrants. I'd never hear stories about migrants raping Americans until Propaganda Machine. And what you can usually find is that most of those things, they're guilty of the same thing that they're complaining about, from the top all the way down to the comment section. Is that they're all just doing the same thing. To me, it seems like just this subculture, like this majority culture of people that are very sick. That sounds dramatic. All these people are drama queens, man. Just give them free land. Why not? Resorts have employee housing. Why not get all the migrant workers together and get them a big piece of land? The problem is property tax. I can't buy land because even if I did buy land, I wouldn't be able to afford the property tax. And that's why everybody's moving out of this state, because they're trying to weed out the lower class and the middle class. And they only want the upper echelons of people to live here because it's one of the most beautiful places in the country. So, one of the most beautiful places in the country, I'm doing one of the most righteous things. I'm trying to give people get people here. Like, these working class people hate me so much, and all I'm trying to do is make life better for everybody. I'm trying to keep the farms alive so that there's more money in the economy, so that there's more opportunity to make more fun businesses and keep the products local, so that these local restaurants and small independent businesses have the ability to grow and develop, which is a way that stays completely in the state. And then the trickle down is that they have more opportunities to provide better products and better quality to people, so it's easier for people to want to go to local businesses instead of defaulting to Walmart and Dollar General, where most people get their stuff. if you boost agriculture, you have the opportunity to get more income if you make a little bit of manufacturing in these places that nobody goes. Um, I would wait until technology's at a point where we can handle the excess runoff because I'd like to clean the lake. Right now, all these different towns are dumping their shit into the rivers and the lakes, and people can't swim at the beaches anymore because there's bacteria that's like flesh eating, like brain eating amoebas and shit in the water. So I'd like to clean that up first before I focus on anything. And their solution is drive everybody out so the rich people come so that there's less waste and the rich people can afford to be in their pools instead of going to the lake. They're really beating down the one guy that's trying to make things better. And I don't really think any of them have. You know how easy it would be to build a wagon for the homeless? But people would rather bitch about campsites and go really far out of their way just to make life hell for them. It seems much easier, much more manly, much more intelligent, put together, respectable to just identify problems and solve them correctly in a way that makes everything better. But they can't see that. Like they go to church, but they also are these horrible people. Like church is like taking a shower for them. They're still going to live in a shit pile, and they're going to keep throwing shit into the pile and roll around in it all day like pigs. They just go to the shower once a week. And I'm trying to build public showers and make it less dirty, basically. When California goes, Yellowstone goes, so we mine the fault lines at the Salton Sea for lithium and subsidies on regular electric cars for Elon. I mean, the people went on Tucker Carlson and said that technology itself is worshipping an extra dimensional force. So the plan was never, it's not for electric cars in utopia. It's always with that's why they say they do rituals in Silicon Valley. Yeah, also good watches. Watches just run on the electric signals that come from mechanically hitting a small quartz crystal. And that quartz crystal, I don't think it deteriorates, does it? I think it's just the tapping of the quartz crystal. It's not mining the quartz. It's just tapping. It creates enough energy to power a watch. Who's to say that we can't go to a mountain that's full of quartz and just have a mechanical hitting of it that doesn't deteriorate it? But I'm pretty sure that's what aliens are doing. Like, they can't do that because the aliens are there. And that's how they're powering their stuff. So there's like treaties in place that the government can't go there and do that. So they're trying alternative things because the aliens already have that shit online. They're like, you're not going to fuck with our mountain of quartz. We're tapping that shit and powering our stuff with it. Is what I've heard from around. Even if it sounds dramatic, doesn't mean it doesn't need to be exposed. Yeah, it's true. The guy admitted to a network of farms that gamble on torturing illegal. And I don't know if they're illegal, they're migrant farmers that do a very good job. I think probably at this point, they are probably here legally or they would be gone. But I don't think that's the case, because if that was the case, these farms would have taken me in. So these guys are bitching about illegals on the internet, and they've probably got a dozen of them on the farm. Nobody cares about this land or the people. I do. We teach our children in school it's scientifically proven a dog cannot retain time, so humanity is perfectly fine with dog tacos. Wonder why all the animal shelters are full. This country is a joke. Somebody says it sounds like a lot of heartstring pulling. Your country is crap and the people are worse. It's beautiful here. Save the whales. Mine is first world shit pile. Do they heal people? Aliens? Weed is a thing. They tickle Americans in China. I saw that Theo Von clip. I tried. Somebody said, homeless, choose to be free, build that shower for yourself, build a building for yourself, be nice to yourself, fuck everybody. Basically, I'm trying to just improve the quality of life at certain epicenters for homeless people to come through that don't feel like it's trapping them with power dynamics and institutions and signing contracts, and people get really high off the idea that they're stealing information from them, and then the people at the homeless shelters get corrupted by that power, and they feel like they're all feeding an entity that's burrowed into all of them, like wood crawlers and Gemini Home Entertainment, or like the Flesh Monster and Stranger Things. Like, people are creating what they're seeing spiritually, and that's what it is it feels like this mess, and it drives these people into the Stanford Prison Experiment, which is you take a group of 5 people, or a group of like 20 people, and you 10 of them authority over the other 10, and in pretty much every case, all of the people that were given authority end up like extremely abusing the others, like raping and torturing them, when at the beginning of the experiment they all were just equals. When you gave them a sense of power and authority, within a week they're torturing and hurting the other people. And that's definitely the case for homeless programs. Definitely. And then it gets sexual, and they end up raping the homeless and sexually abusing them. I'd like to think I wouldn't have that happen to me, but I also don't want to put myself in that situation. I only saw the only person in the youth shelter that I went to when I was 14. The only person that was like that was the front desk worker, Penny, and she was a bitch. She was a horrible piece of shit. She was a fat, white, blonde-haired piece of trash. Sometimes you could find that she had some goodness in her, but for the most part, all she really did was just make life worse for the kids. Like, they would come and try to be like kids and be happy and having fun. And she thought it was really cool to be stern and strict with them and like no bullshit. But what it was doing was hurting them. They were fucking kids. If they needed tough love, her husband could do it. And her husband was a DJ. And it was really cool. We didn't need her to be like that. And I'm like, always those people that think that their way is the best. You look at them and they're fucking obese. Those people she was obese, and she sat at the desk all day. What she did to us wasn't cool. It didn't teach us any skills. It just made our days worse. Majestic Harris, thank you. What the fuck? What up, wee man Sham? I'm looking for Elliot, man. I think Elliot popped in the other day. I just want to make sure he's good. I went to pin Pure Water's comment, and I hid her channel. And she comments on every video too, so but maybe, I don't know. You don't have to, if Pure Water's watching, you don't have to send me any money on Venmo. You can just, on one of the things that you'd sent before, there's a comment section where you can just type your URL, your channel. You just go to your channel, view channel, and then at the top, the little 3 dots on the top right, there's a drop down bar where you can find copy link, and then you just comment that, and then I can go and unblock your channel. I accidentally did that. I've done that to a couple people. And then thank God they unsubscribed and then resubscribed later, because I was able to see that in the latest subscriptions, which doesn't always show the people. It's random who they display. So I was able to I accidentally got James Fairfield on accident. And then like a year went by, and I couldn't find his channel. I couldn't find it through Susie's either, but I just unhid him because they both resubscribed recently. I think he's okay. He commented the other day, but he was just kind of off. I'll do when I make the Discord and I post the Discord, I put a month timer on my calendar, and if nobody uses the Discord for a month, I just delete everybody. Because it's for like posting your goals every day and what you're doing. And when there's nobody in the Discord, or when there's people in the Discord and I'm posting every day and nobody does it, nobody says anything, I don't like how that feels. So after a month, I just block everybody and keep doing my thing. But eventually, when it feels like it's a moment where we all work towards something, I open the Discord back up. So I have their Discords to private message me. I've reached out to him a couple times just to make sure he's okay. I didn't want him to think I'm not a freeloading bum looking for handouts. I'm really not. I'm just looking for the means to be able to drive around alone and play music. I don't have a channel. But I'm worried if I die and I left behind nothing, and the people that cast me aside and wrote me off and ridiculed me in my suffering, they would win if I just died, and they would spend the rest of their life with that idea of me. But if I keep going like this, there was an opportunity for people to see my growth and see what would happen. Make a change in the only way I could, because I didn't have access to a camera or a computer, and I had bad mental health issues. So I wasn't at a place where I could do anything. So I wanted to document that I was trying. I wanted people to see me trying. It's never a lazy freeloading bum. It's somebody that shouldn't be here. I should be like, if I had listened to the institutions after my suicide attempts, they would have put me on a drug that I couldn't think with, and I could barely move. I could barely function. I lost my relationship on those meds because I couldn't think. So I couldn't entertain and be the person that she liked. So she moved on and cheated a bunch. And she only came around because of the hope that I would change. But at that point, I resented her for doing that, for lying to me about it, and not enjoying me when she had me, because she was very attractive and had a bunch of people that liked her. So she was like, I'm gonna hang out with Casey for these 3 days, and then I'm gonna go off with Jaden for these 3 days, and then when I get bored of him, I'm gonna go back to Nevin or something, or go hang out with Jordan, or down to Vinny's, or there's a new guy that is friends with my cousin down at Abuelita's, and then there's Sawyer over at Sophia's, and then Aaron, I think his name was, hanging out with him. One time on my birthday, she brought me down there, and she got in his car and drove away for 20 minutes and came back. One time she brought me to Vinny's house, and I sat in the passenger seat, and I was just struggling to think. When you see me rock like this, I used to rock like this, but I couldn't speak. I was trying to speak. I literally couldn't speak. It took like a lot of work to get me to a point where I could form words again. I was like a brain dead vegetable she was carting around because she felt obligated to, because I had nobody else. And she did love me before the accident. And then after I tried to kill myself and she thought I was dead, she realized how much she had actually liked me, and that she had been treating me pretty bad, and she wanted to see me and hang out and be with me, after realizing what it would be like to not have me anymore as just somebody she could message whenever she felt like it. In between her love stories, you made a YouTube channel. Cool. Just don't let it get to your head, man. I do think you need a creative outlet. You're pretty much all fire signs, right? You're like a Aries Sagittarius. That's a can be, if you don't have a creative outlet to funnel that into, it can get psychotic, narcissistic, really dysfunctional without some type of way to channel that fire, which is creativity, into something. I don't think it should be necessarily a channel. I really think it should be painting. I think that would be really cool. I would love to buy a painting of what your view on your your hillside overlooking the town. I would love to have that like in my RV, like a really cool painting. And then I was thinking like Attract Passion. If you look at the channel Attract Passion, where he has a creative outlet for his channel and then he sells his paintings. I don't think it should just be the channel. Like for me, I don't like this channel if I'm not making music. When I get too much into the YouTube channel, it becomes social media with like pride and this back and forth political bullshit and drama and fake relationships that people have with the idea of you. It's not healthy, but there is a lot of value in this. I just think that the foundation is essential. It's really cool that you made the channel. I think Brian should also have a like a Christ channel, a God channel, and then showing off his homestead and doing that stuff. It's just learning to separate it and don't get too involved in it. Don't indulge and be really careful, because you can see, like from my experience, I have people that call my jobs. I have people that like I delete a lot of comments. But if I'm at a place, pretty soon after 4 or 5 people have called. If I go to a town at this point and somebody can find the town, they call the police on me. And to me, they don't seem like they're mentally sound. They don't seem like they're cool people, but they really feel like they're right in that I. It's like, it doesn't matter what happens as long as I'm destroyed. Like they see me in pain and suffering, and that's not good enough for them because I'm not destroyed in the way they'd like me to be. So if I'm not destroyed in the way they'd like me to be, they go out of their way to hurt me. So I worry about that. What do you plan on doing with the channel? Is also pretty cool. That's cool. That'd be really cool too for a 24-hour camera for the chickens and stuff. I mean, I have an army of people that are really creatively cool and are really special, but they're all still seemingly trapped in narcissism and pride. So I'm just kind of letting them marinate, I guess. Like all the people that I met in my journey, they always betrayed me for their own selfish reasons. But I still believe that they have this really cool potential and this really unique perspective and character that should be expressed creatively. They developed into a psychotic narcissism in their artistry, and they need the humility from experience. They need to go through the wilderness journey that I went through before I feel like I can extend the olive branch again. Because after they betray me, I have to leave and they get severely punished. They go through horrible stuff. They get jumped and attacked and hurt, and I have to be like a father and be like, I know it sucks, but if you had kept going, you would have been much worse. So it sucks. And there was nothing I could do, because when I would come hang out with you, you would try to force me into being less than you. But it doesn't mean I don't care. I'm just waiting. And I think that taught me more about how God works. Yeah, you left the Discord, I saw. I'll post the Discord again. I'm sorry they touched you. Only one person touched me, and it was a cop. And I was travel cuffed and there was no penetration. And it wasn't very long, but they had just pepper sprayed me and left me in jail for 4 days and didn't wash my eyes, and I had no running water. So I couldn't see anything, and it was traumatizing, so I experienced everything much more. And then after that, with that humiliation ritual, that degradation of self, I couldn't get the feeling that it was happening all the time, all the way. So it was like I was just constantly molested for years. Just every single day, all the time. I'm trying to think and I can't think because I still feel like it's right there. The only other time was like, I mean, I got an unsolicited dick pic the other day. It just sucks. And it was actually on accident too. The guy meant to show me a picture of a girl, and then he accidentally showed me his dick, and I was like, fuck. Other than that, I mean, there was a guy who told me he studied with the Navajo, and he was an Irish and a Druid and a psychic, and he had these altars in his apartment and everything, and he had a dog named Ra, which was really cool, and he lived in the apartment building I was in, and I would have these psychosis moments where I felt like I was going crazy, and I couldn't understand the spirituality, and then he would know somehow. So he would come downstairs and be like, hey, I know you're going through some shit. Are you doing okay? Even though I wasn't making any noise, he could feel it spiritually. And now I was like, he was doing rituals on me. Because when I went up into his apartment, because he said he was gonna teach me the stuff that he learned about how to deal with what I was going through. And then he drugged the food or something. He did some shit. And I felt like he was harvesting my life force. And he was really trying to make me gay. And I didn't like that. And then I was trying to get over that, especially with the guy in the building. And I wound up in West Virginia, and then the pastor tried to do the same shit. You need an art car? I'd like to get a computer. I'd like to get a Class C RV at some point. It's hard to find one with good miles per gallon, though. And here everything's extremely expensive, so I would have to take a trip out to like Wyoming where people will sell a $3,500 RV for $3,500. Or like maybe Arizona where you can find one that hasn't touched salt, so the bottom there's no rot or rust on the bottom. So it's really really intact. And then have this year I wanted a base camp where I wanted an RV that could tow my car behind it and then have an e-bike and for storage and have a studio in the RV, and then I could lay in the back and play video games and shit. That'd be really cool. For Frank, I know he kept calling me gay every time I made out with a girl in the van while he was driving. He like kept calling me gay all the time, so I finally was like, fuck it. And I took a girl home with the van. He brought me to a bar just so he could see. Like I wanted him to see it because he kept calling me gay. And at the end of it, I realized he loved it. He was gaslighting me. And every time he was doing it, it was taking from me. I was losing spiritually these things, and he was taking it for his presence. He was farming it from me. And at the very end, he went, "I'm Casey," and then he locked the door, and I never saw him again. I don't know if I have enough. This car is going to need some work. If I had a job, I would be working hard. I've applied for 2 months now to a bunch of places. I wanted to work every day. I wanted to work 16-hour days. I wanted to do FedEx. I would love to do FedEx. And they wanted me on FedEx, but I got in trouble in 2022 for bumping into somebody in the hallway, and then I missed court, and then they just attacked me, and permanent trauma, permanent disability to my eyes, and I was molested. And then every time I missed court, They would do similar things. And then the rest was just trespassing and false police reports. Literally. My only crime was bumping into somebody in the hallway who had filed like 20 false police reports on me and tried to lure my little brother into his apartment. Trying to do the same shit the other guy did to me. He tried to do it to I think he was 19 at the time. The same shit. I'm spiritually advanced. Come into my apartment. So when I finally got evicted, past each other, I just moved my shoulder so if we were gonna bump, I wasn't gonna get bumped out of the way. He would have had to bump me. And then I got in trouble from a cop that didn't see what happened. And then there's now a video of him molesting a homeless woman and beating her almost to death. Well, almost unconscious. I don't think she would have died. Maybe she had a stroke. But she was barely conscious, like falling over and shit, and she wasn't on drugs. You could see she was fine prior. After he threw her on the ground, grabbed her breast as a handle, rocking against her crotch with his crotch, and then just beating her 10 times in the face. That's the guy that got me in trouble for bumping into somebody in the hallway very lightly. But because of that, the court had this thing where you can't engage in any more criminal behavior or you violate conditions of release. And then I trespassed to escape a hurricane. So at the end of it all, they threw out every charge except my schizophrenic mommy filed a restraining order because she thought I was trying to kill her. And then she violated that restraining order every single day to reach out to me. And we would talk all the time. And then whenever she felt like it, she would call to have me arrested. Never any drama on my part. And she can't see the abuse she put me through. Do you know the scene in Breaking Bad when Walter on the Ronin lives in the cabin in the woods? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Tomb, I think, just keep... You don't know the whole story, man. The point of the channel isn't the victim card. The point of the channel is, yeah, the shit that I went through sucked, but I keep going every day. The point of the channel is that I shouldn't be functioning, but I am because I try hard. It's the opposite of the victim card. It just happens that this shit happened. I happen to have had this horrible stuff. You know what I'm saying? Can people tell Tomb here that we don't think that he's smart or cool or right, and that we look at him as a sad excuse for a man? Because they need to hear that. They need to hear that we don't, the stuff that they say doesn't hit us, and that we see them that way. That it's false pride. No. If you were here, I'm telling you why FedEx wouldn't hire me when I went to get a job. That's why I'm telling the story about why I have the charge. It's saying that unfortunately, I went through some bullshit and it's keeping me from working hard. I literally said I want to work like 16-hour days, and I've applied to like 50 places. Probably more at this point. I've gone from town to town to town, and it's usually when they get to the background check and they find that I violated conditions of release, which is the only thing that's still on my record after 4 years. Everything else was dropped except the violation of conditions of release for this stuff that happened to be so minuscule that blew up out of proportion to abuse me. It sucks. But most of the thing is sharing my ideas and the things I'm trying to do every day. It's the opposite of what you're saying. And see, even though that's gone, he still got more bullshit. Because it doesn't matter what the bullshit is. He just likes the bullshit. So I'm here And I did have a tarot video that said, I see a red-tailed hawk. And then immediately a red-tailed hawk flew in front of my car and landed on that tree over there. And then I was like, are you trying to show me something? And then another red-tailed hawk flew around this way and landed next to it. And they both looked out over at this farm and this gas station here. So I think I'm going to try to do both. So at least for this, I now know that the address can't be a post office or they won't hire me. The address can't be a homeless program or they won't hire me. It has to be, hopefully, this church. And we're going to try the church. Then worst case scenario, I have to find a way to get maybe 50 or 60 bucks. And then I have to reach out to a gym, not this gym, but another gym that's the same parent company that has a lesser monthly price, and reach out to them so that I can get the gym membership where the card still works here, so that I can go shower, work out every day to keep working on my goals. And I found that in this area there's a really cool spot nearby where I would be allowed to park during the day. And it's right on this road. It's like a mile down the road, and I didn't know it was here before. So as long as it's plowed, I think I might have to park further away and walk, but there's a really cool nature area here too. So I don't believe in coincidences. I think that we're always going where we're supposed to be, even if it sucks, and every loss is a lesson. So what I'm trying to say really is like, hey, watch this. Do I have mental health issues? Who doesn't? I'm diagnosed with severe CPTSD, and that's it. I don't have schizophrenia. I had savant syndrome, and then they took it off the DSM. So I had it when I was 14. I had a 150 IQ. I had a sort of a brain injury. A lot of really bad stuff happened in 2019, and I'm recovering from that, I guess, but I had a lot of trauma. It's just severe CPTSD. It is what it is, man. Yeah. The people that hate love, I think. Not to be a hippie, but the people that hate love, it's like that negative energy has to coalesce. And then they get smacked down and punished. And they do the same shit. Like when they get their karma and they go through a bunch of bullshit, they're complainers. Like everyone, all I do is complain. And they're always talking shit and complaining, thinking that I'm talking shit and complaining. Which is never the case. It's just, there's nothing I can do. Like I'm here, and then tomorrow I'm going to go to these places. The other day I was there, and I told you I went to all these different places. I showed you guys me spending all of my food stamps on buying food for the homeless people. Because none of them had access to an oven or anything. So I knew for a fact that none of them were able to get anything cool like pizzas. So I got them all a bunch of really delicious pizzas before I left. Because I knew I had to leave, and I was just grateful that I had met everybody. So I gave them all something good. So I left. Before I left. And that was because I went to Dunkin' Donuts, I went to McDonald's, I went to Walmart, I went to Domino's, I went to Dollar General, I went to the gas stations, and I asked them all if they were hiring, or if they knew somebody at a farm that needs help, or a carpenter that could take an apprentice for a little bit, and everyone said no. McDonald's said they wouldn't hire me because I was homeless. Dunkin' Donuts says they will consider hiring me and they'll get back to me, and then it's been a month and they haven't, and I went in to talk to her and she wouldn't come out of her office. So I'm assuming they went with somebody else who was more stable and maybe like a single mother or something that needed the hours more and they just didn't want to let down. So Walmart said no because they just had a bunch of issues with another homeless person and they weren't ready to take on somebody else. Domino's didn't have a company car, and I don't have enough to register and insure the car yet, and it needs a wheel bearing and probably some work before I'd be able to commit to being a full-time delivery driver. I'd rather get a bunch of money and buy a beater and then bust my ass door dashing. But I can't DoorDash. And it's on a victim card. I was top dasher in Plattsburgh, working 16 hours a day. I was doing catering orders. I was making really good money. And then I went back to my hometown for the weekend and I showed my cousin DoorDashing, and we got an old friend of mine on DoorDash. And I said, "Ooh, I'm going to eat your food," knowing that it was fine. And she thought it was funny too. We were just going back and forth. It wasn't an issue. But she was dating the brother of some guy that held his pregnant wife at gunpoint, saw me walking down the street and his girlfriend smiled and waved because we knew each other in high school. And then he threatened to kill me on the internet for 4 years and a bunch of bullshit. So she laughed, and then the brother was there and threw a bunch of shit, and then he called DoorDash and got me in trouble. So I got fired from DoorDash and they didn't do the appeal. I did Instacart, and then I told you because of my mom. My mom, even though I had seen her like 3 or 4 times and we talked once a week, she randomly felt around Thanksgiving that it would be cool to call. She had like a random, oh my God, no drama on my end, but she called. And I technically filed an RFA because she was convinced I was trying to kill her when I wasn't. She told him I had a grenade and I was coming to kill her, and I was like, I'm just getting my car battery charger and leaving. She said, I'm out of control, oh my God, and I was really calm. She just does that. So then I was arrested on Thanksgiving, and I couldn't get 3 families their Thanksgiving dinners, so I got fired from Instacart, and they won't do the appeal. But once this is registered and insured, and I have the title and the wheel bearing, and I put the car in service and make sure there's nothing else that's bad because the transmission might be going or something. I drove like 10,000 miles, maybe. Then I could do Walmart Spark delivery. By then, hopefully, I'll have, maybe from this job, if they hire me, I can get enough money to pay that shelter who's renovating a giant hotel, or not a giant, but an old hotel that's run down and all the rooms are bad. They have a shelter in the lobby right now. They're going to be clearing that out for the next few years. It's going to take, because it's a non-profit. So I want to go there and be like, hey, I'd like to give you $1,500 just to let one of these locked rooms stay locked and serve as my storage while I figure out the rest of my stuff. I'd rather donate it to you to put to good use than just give it to a fucking storage facility. And I think they might do that. So then all the stuff is out, which makes me do Walmart delivery better, and things are organized, and I'm no longer worried about all this shit in the back. Sorry, pizza, that shows you right. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Should I unmute this guy and see if he's still here? Let's see. That would be a huge loser, man. So I have to piss, and then I have to find... This is charging. This was charging. I'm at a quarter of a tank. Maybe this church can help tomorrow. Or... we'll see the gas station, man. Let's... in reverse here. Here and pursue options in the area for the next day, because I can't meet with the manager of this other place until Thursday, and that's 20 minutes away. So I drove 45 minutes here. I'm at just under a quarter of a tank. So I'm here and I'm going to pursue these 2 options tomorrow. And then If that doesn't work, then I'm going down to that other business, and hopefully I can find a way to get 3 jobs for the next month and try to save up 3 or 4 grand. And I'm gonna piss. Am I on the right path? Can I get a shooting star? I saw one. I swear to God, and the light went off over there. So I just saw a big bright light in the sky go, whew, swear to God, and then that light over there turned off. I swear to God, man. Oh, I saw two more. And then I saw a big shadow. Which is cool because that hasn't happened in a long time. Can I get a big one just to, how about, can you just show the people one? Please? Oh, the light went back on. There's nobody out there. And that light's been on all night. By the way, that's not a light you can turn off and on. There's nobody, look, they're all asleep. Can we get one shooting star for the people? Just one. Oh, do you see that? Did you see the blip? Where it's like it shines like a star for a split second. And then I see a bunch of shadows, like right above me, jumping around. This makes me realize everything I lost when I left the woods. All the perspective and like intrinsic focus in my heart space to be like a star on Earth. And that's cool. As I'm seeing these blips and shadows and stuff, I feel like my throat chakra being like stimulated, I guess. Can we get one for the people? I know how to get them. I just don't feel like I have the light. There's usually like an exchange where I feel like there's a bunch of light in my heart and I shoot it out into the sky. And I lose it, but I get a shooting star, like transactional. Or like a call and response with something. And I usually can only get that when I'm living in a tent in the woods. But I did see like blips from the sky, which was cool. But that could just be 5G, and that what I'm seeing is an actual star up there. It's like a hit. Because I am seeing like these beams, this like beam of light and then pressure on the side of my head. Can I get one? Make a shooting star, please. Have you seen the videos where it's like a thunderstorm and the kid goes, "In Jesus' name, please give me lightning." And then right where the kid points, the lightning comes down. It's like that, basically. Like I have videos where I can call lightning. It's just about keeping your connection to the electromagnetic spectrum and using your imagination to build harmony and quantum entangle with a greater intelligence and breaking free with freedom from the oppressive hive mind bullshit coming from that house over there. That's cool. It did feel like I got hit with a bunch of energy from the stars in my brain, and I saw a bunch of garbage. Oh god, it's fucking freezing. It's supposed to be warmer, but it feels colder. When it was like negative 20 the other day, and that didn't feel bad, but this 14 degrees feels bad. I bet you as soon as I turn the phone off, I'll get one. That was cool. It just feels like I need light, water, fasting. I mean, I did just see like it looked like a light beam for a split second outside the window, just right there. and I felt like its hand was on my shoulder. And then when I look out there, I see like little blips of information or something, and I hear, you're not supposed to tell them. You're not supposed to say it. And I think what I'm hearing is the dead. I think these are my ancestors that are like, or the remnant energy of my ancestors. Like, I used to think it was darkness, but then I realized that it's the leftovers from a time when people were living in more darkness. So the energy that I'm feeling seems dark, but it's not. It's just the energy of what the people went through. It's my epigenetics. So like I'll hear that, and that will be like, you should work at a farm. Don't work at Domino's, work at a farm. Come on. But I'm like, that looks dark and lower, but then it feels like my grandfather is saying it. And I know my grandfather was shorter, so if he was talking to me, he would be shorter than me. I think he was like 5 foot something, like 5 foot tall. He was very short. So when I see it, it would be where his height would be. And it's just how it's this sternness that feels like how I would imagine somebody that was raised by a World War II veteran who was an Irish immigrant and then became a cop in New York City. My great-grandfather was a veteran in World War II from Ireland. He was an American when he went into the war. He went straight from Ireland into World War II and then settled in America afterwards. I'm just making sure, just to show you that light shouldn't have gone off for any reason. Nobody is awake. Everybody's asleep. There's nobody there. There was no reason for that light to turn off. But then when I asked for a sign from something greater than ourselves, that light shut off. And then when I asked for it again, it turned back on immediately. And I'm like, why do you think a homeowner would, if I woke him up on accident somehow all the way over there, why do you think he would turn off that light? And he didn't, it wasn't like turn off and then he's like, oh, it's off, and then turn it back on. It was off for like a good 20 or 30 seconds. And then it turned back on when I asked for a light in the sky, and then I got one over there. Maybe it wouldn't have, like, you wouldn't have been able to see the shit. And I did see lights up there. And I just saw another one. But maybe they thought it would be better for the camera to show you that. No, it was already on. It's never been off. And I don't think that's a light you can just have a switch for. Is it like... No, if it was like midnight when that happened, like right now it's about to hit midnight, if it turns off now for like 30 seconds and then restarts, I believe it. But it was just so perfect with what I was doing. And then the other day, in one of the last lives, when I was in the homeless shelter, you can see me ask somebody, I was like, hey, Have you seen any aliens? And then the light right above my head went like really, really bright, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?" As soon as I was like, "Have you guys seen any aliens?" Boom! Huge surge of electricity right above my head. Oh, that was a shooting star. Did you see? Did you catch that like in the back corner? That fell like it fell straight down. I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you. But that could just be that. It's no cars or anything. I don't think it's in the sky. I think it's just right out there, and it's small, so it looks like it's far away. I think that's just like right behind me, because I really did. It's like a flash where I see like what looks like a silhouette of light for like a split second. And then the pressure in my ear said, "It's the age of Aquarius, full disclosure, blah, 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 blah." I don't know, maybe in like 20 years, when these things are just like there, you'll look back at the video and be like, yeah, I'm seeing it. I shouldn't have been so hard on him. I'm allowed to park here. They had encouraged, like the cops had, don't listen to them, they're just bullshitting. The church works with us. They will not care that you're there. Trust me. They're just trying to scare you. But they can't do anything. Poop, poop, poop. I need to go to a darker area. There's just nowhere. There's nowhere. And I don't have enough gas. There is, if you go straight down this way, there is a wildlife pull-off, but I have summer tires, and it looks like the plow doesn't come through too often. So I got there, and I got to that, like, if I stopped, I wouldn't have been able to get out. So I had to just spin around quickly and just get right back with the momentum, or else I would have gotten stuck in the snow. And no tow truck is going out there to get it. Not for like less than $600. So I can't go there yet. In the summertime though, now I know that will be great. Once I get all season tires on the car. Or if I go like in the summer between storms, if I end up back here. But there's a other parking lot a bit closer. It's like on the road. And then there's one that's deep at the end. There's a fishing access point. And it is for cars. I just don't want to park in that one that's close to the road until I know the community and I ask these people if it's safe here, because there are people that show up and rape and kill and dump, and you never know, that you just think they're missing or they OD'd. That stuff happens a lot more than you think. And I swore I don't think there's a gas station around either. I have 57 in food stamps left. But I wanted to save that. I'm trying to get an electric skillet. If my mom's watching, please stop. Please. Stop. But I'm trying to get an electric skillet and have it in a bucket here with this little soap thing, and then just have a water bottle that when I want to wash it, or I just take it into the gas station and wash the soap or wash the sponge, but have like soapy water or something that I just like pour a little bit out onto the sponge to like clean the skillet, and then find a place I can pull up and cook. And I want to meal prep. I want to pre-make a bunch of chicken, rice, and broccoli like I used to. So that when I get in the gym, 200 grams of protein a day is almost impossible. Let's say I could do one of these protein shakes a day for 30 days, and that's $30, which puts me to $250 a month in food stamps. So 250. Let's say I have a pound of chicken a day, which, let's say it's a way overestimate, but let's say that there's 60 grams in that chicken. So that's $7 a day, and it's usually much more, but let's say $7 a day. For 60 plus 30 grams from the protein shake. So I still, and then one Gatorade bar, which is 20 grams. So I'm at 110. So I still need to find 90 grams of protein a day. I think an egg has 7 grams of protein. So then I would need 10 eggs at least, so half a dozen, not half a dozen, let's say a dozen eggs a day. Pounded chicken, a dozen eggs, and a protein shake and a protein bar a day. And supposedly that's the only way you're building muscle. Or else you don't build it. When you go to the gym, nothing happens. Like best case scenario, maybe you lose weight, but the body doesn't really lose the weight that way. It's kind of impossible. Like most bodybuilders are spending $1,200 a month just on food. Like when I see like Walmart bodybuilding stuff, it's usually like $300 a week. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. And then we have to figure out a good way to cook it. I have a microwave, but I'm thinking I need an air fryer. Would be better to cook this stuff. I could go to multiple food shelves and get multiple dozens of eggs a week. Like realistically, I could probably go between 2 food shelves and get 2 dozen eggs a week. And 2 pounds of chicken probably. I might be able to do it with protein pasta. So I gotta figure that out. But there's a work requirement to get your food stamps. That's why none of those people were able to pay for the pizza, by the way. None of those people were eligible for food stamps anymore. So we're starving. Like one of the guys in there didn't even eat. He would get like a little bit of soup from Price Chopper, and he would get 2 with soup. And I didn't know he didn't have food stamps. And he bragged a lot about how much money he had, and then it turned out he didn't have any money. Like when I originally spoke to him, he told me he had like tons and tons and tons of money. And at the end of it, he was bullshitting. He was bullshitting. Like he showed me the Dow Jones had raised from like 48 to 50,000. And I know that the Dow Jones was at 50,000, but he was trying to tell me that 50,000 was money he invested. And that he had $50,000. And I get why people do that. People have called me a pathological liar. But I'm not. Like, not now. I mean, when I was younger. Because I would be, like, hanging out with my friends when I was, like, 12 or 11. And I made up that there was this spiritual gang that was after us, and everywhere we were going, they were following us. Like every time we would hang out and be playing and stuff, I would be like, we have to run because the spiritual gang is here. I would say they were like the what is it from Red versus Blue, the TV show, the space military. We would be like hanging out, and then suddenly I would really feel like the space military is here. The space military is coming, so we have to get on our bikes and go back to Robbie's house. So they would be like, you know, why were you such a pathological liar? But I was like, no, when I was 11, I really saw that there was a spiritual military that were coming in spiritually, and we had to go. But I didn't fully believe it. In my head, I was like, feeling like I was playing pretend. But I was also curious, like, why am I having these thoughts? And now that I'm older, and I'm like, whoa, there's like an army, there's like an entire, like, huge percentage of people that talk about the Galactic Federation. And that's what I was seeing. I'm looking for my vape. The Galactic Federation, I would see them, and they were communicating with me about how we needed to get away from this evil force. And they were guiding me where to go to keep the happiness coming, so they weren't farming us. Why don't you become a singer? Do I live in my car? The entire point of the channel was to get to a point where I could just drive around and make music by myself. I just want to make songs for real. I just want to make, and I just don't have the option, the ability. And I would sing more on this, but it feels really draining after. I'd rather be by myself. Like how Zach Bryan does it, where he makes a bunch of cool songs, and then every now and then he drops one and then disappears. But my life was in danger a lot, so I decided to make the channel in case they killed me. You can stream on Kick and get paid hourly to do that. Yeah, but don't I have to like get raped at a Michael Rubin party? And every morning I get like a Google Doc with everything I have to say, and they're gonna post videos in the Discord, and I have to react to those videos and say these specific points and play a character to perpetuate the will of the propaganda machine, or else they hurt my family or something. Didn't Kanye say that you have to sacrifice your family member to be famous? And if you become famous independently, they actively work against you, and it becomes like a war. Because they've monopolized influence. And like every famous person eventually either kills themselves or pays a stunt double to, once they get enough money. I don't think they're cloned. They say they're cloned. I don't know if they're cloned. I think they might be cloned. I think they might be cloned. Those are just like the picture, man. There's really... You keep trying to tell me what to do, man. I'm just gonna block you. Come on. In danger how? In danger because I broke down in a small town and a local tried to fight me, and I won the fight. He crashed into a telephone pole, and then he was a drug dealer, and all of his clients and shit and people that he grew up with would throw shit at my car, beam like garden tools at the back of my head, try to hit me with the side mirror walking down the road, file false police reports, and the police would use it as an excuse to make things worse. And people were like, there was a guy that would jerk off outside the car and stare at me, and people were overdosing all the time. I got robbed a couple times, and everywhere that I applied, the automotive center, this other sewing place, automotive center, another like warehouse, gas station, barber shop, gas station, restaurant, pizza place, grocery store, laundromat, music hall, everywhere wouldn't hire me, and I was out of options. And it was just getting bad enough. I decided to just keep making content so I had something in case I died. And then I just picked it up and did it every day. The plan was never to become a YouTuber. I never wanted to be a YouTuber or a streamer. I wanted to do YouTube pranks and vlogs where it's just I'm having fun and living my life, and there happens to be my girlfriend or somebody recording me. The plan was always to make music, to just make albums and TV shows. But I had to do this. So then you saw me do that, and then I went to Roxbury, and you saw me in Roxbury when the kids revved the car and fired a couple shots off at me and then took off. And the general store didn't need anybody, and there was nothing else. They said everybody's nephew has all the farm jobs and nobody needs any help. And the road crew said I needed transportation that I didn't have, and they were not willing to give. Then I went to Northfield, and Northfield, I was working out at the high school, and then they trespassed me for being there at night. So I couldn't be there anymore. I couldn't get my stuff out either. My mom is still mad. They're like, you left your stuff. I couldn't legally get my stuff. And they were watching. Dollar General didn't need anybody. Gas station said no, flat out. The pizza place flat out said no. And there was nothing else there. So then I went to Montpelier. Domino's said no. Gas station didn't need anybody. Local restaurant said no, because at that point my hair was disheveled. And I didn't want to cut it because I liked it. Push it, and I couldn't. I was just going through a lot at that point. Like, it had really gotten to me at that point. And I was getting like thousands of views live streaming all the time. So I was like, this is taking off. I was getting like 7,000 to 8,000 views a video. So I kept doing that until I got a bike. So with the bike, I was like, cool, I know a place I can fix it. So I went all the way to Morrisville. Then when I got to Morrisville, police, drama, violence from the town, really bad. And it was at a point where I was like, I can't let this slide here. I can't leave and let it be like this for the next people that come, because I know that they're going to go through worse than I'm going through. So I'm going to sit here, and if they're not going to hire me, they're going to have to deal with me every day until they hire me. Because I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep applying. You can keep trespassing me. I'm going to keep going live, and I'm going to stay here because I'm out of options. And I'm not going to let them win. So I stayed until I felt like I was done. It wasn't that they drove me out until I was like, until I was ready to leave and ready for the next adventure, when I felt like I had exhausted all the options and really kind of dug my foot into the ground and showed that you can't force me to do anything. When I felt like they had realized that they had lost and there was nothing they could do, then I left. And then I went, and you saw me apply to everywhere in Johnson. It was negative 65 some days. I had a 106 fever that stayed, so I was really sick for like a month straight. And I applied to every gas station, every dollar store, every pizza place, the college, the resort, and they never got back to me. So it was going to be another 20 miles I would have to walk through just to get to the resort. I would have to carry like 100 pounds on the wagon through a foot of snow, and I'd already carried 100 pounds on the wagon through a foot of snow for 11 miles. I would have to do another 20, and I wasn't ready for it. I was getting worse. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to stay behind this food shelf, and eventually they're going to let me volunteer here, and I can come inside and help set up and unload trucks and everything. But eventually, after like 3 weeks of, the electric company didn't get back to me, and they're right next door. They wouldn't hire me. None of the gas stations would hire me. The Dollar General wouldn't hire me. The churches wouldn't even let me in anymore. Like, they wouldn't even let me in. I found out later that church was the Order of the Eastern Star, which is a Satanist church. So I'm kind of glad they didn't let me in. Morrisville and Morristown were created by John Morris, who was doing occult experiments on indigenous children and founded the Order of the Eastern Star, which is Satanism, Jeffrey Epstein shit. And that was there. So I can see why they wouldn't let me in. But the library was moving, they were closed, they wouldn't let me in. Eventually the select board forced the police to kick me out, and they brought me back to Montpelier. and then I got into a motel. Before that, I was not a freeloading bum, but I had no option, so I decided, like, if you're gonna pay this money to get me in a motel room, I might as well just get in and try to figure shit out. So I worked. You saw me do hundreds of push-ups every day. I went and got Walmart delivery to get the diet right, so I was gaining muscle and I looked better. I was showering every day, and I was going to churches. I was looking for jobs every day, and then my brother died, and then I gave up because I was doing everything just to get land for him. I was building a studio so that we could make music together. And then he fell and froze to death on Main Street, and the whole town drove by him at 8 in the morning. He fell and got knocked unconscious and froze to death in front of hundreds of people, and nobody helped. So at that point, I gave up, and I just ripped him to shreds every day on social media, arguing these people to the grave until they fucking gave up their shit talking. And then eventually I got kicked out of the motel. The guy was convinced I was smoking crack, and I wasn't. But the guy next door was dealing crack, and he was getting a cut of it. So it couldn't have been that. It was something else. He just kept fucking with me every day, and eventually I stood up to him. And then he left me alone for a little bit, but then he would bottle up and explode. And he would bottle up and explode on everybody, and he had like 5 or 6 people that would take it. So whenever he would get mad and get the sexual energy charge from whatever drugs he was doing, he would go and take it out on the women and these guys. And he tried to do it to me, and I would keep fighting back against him until he stopped, and then eventually he just gave up, and then he just made up shit to kick me out. Yeah, I was smoking in the bathroom, but everybody else was smoking in the bathroom, and mine was the only room that actually didn't have a scent because I was smoking natural tobacco and it was going in the vent. The smell that he was smelling was coming from the fucking crack and meth that the other homeless people were doing, and that same smell was coming out of his room. He was smoking crack and meth in there. He was buying it from those people. He was paying with the money the motel program was giving him. He was buying prostitutes in there. He's probably mad at me. Probably because one of you called him and said he's live streaming every night. And he was like, I don't want him to see me. I don't want to tell him I'm watching. But I don't want to people to know what's going on. And then when I disputed him kicking me out, then I woke up one morning and I saw spiritually a crow was speaking to me and guiding me to go outside. And then I went outside and found a body of a crow. And the dream I had prior was them giving me a headdress made of crow feathers because I had earned it. So I was like, that's crazy. So I picked apart a crow and that's illegal. So I got in trouble for that. So then he kicked me out. He couldn't be sued for that. So then I got kicked out. And then I went back to the cabin. I reached out to everybody again and said, hey, I'm back. And still the same fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. So I just stayed at the cabin and hung out. But then I had the portable stove. I had more portable batteries. And I was a lot more depressed. So I just laid there and was like, okay, maybe this is God saying I need to rest. And this is God showing me there's nowhere else to go. I'm supposed to be here. They had been telling me the whole time. Like I had a dream where I was covered in like chains that had these like balls and chains around me, and I was trudging through the forest looking out over the mountains at my hometown, which was covered in darkness and the people were suffering, and I was trying to get there, and as soon as I got to the edge of the forest after dragging what felt like 500 to 1,000 pounds, and I just pulled it as much as I could to get to the forest, I saw a lion man. So it was like a human with a lion's face, and he was wearing white robes with like this golden black, sort of almost Greek inlays in it, patterns. And he turned me around and showed me, look how cool this could be. And I saw like a pool, and I raked everything, and there was an RV next to the cabin that I was in, and everything was really cool. And then I saw that how cool that was pulling people towards it. And I was able to provide experiences that would save the people suffering. But if I went into the suffering, nothing would have worked. So that's why I decided to stay in the cabin. And I still applied to jobs every day. And I finally had a job where I was going to help out Mike doing carpentry. And then somebody twisted the brakes off my bike, and I crashed going 50 down this hill. And I had hairline fractures everywhere. on my left side, and I had to go behind the high school because I couldn't get back up into the mountain into my shack, and then lay down, try to get my way into the den and try to lay there. It didn't work. And then I couldn't get food easy anymore, and I couldn't lift anything to carry it. And I couldn't put a backpack on or anything. So I moved all the way back down to the high school, and I hung out and played guitar with this kid and made music by the river, and it was really cool. And I had the whole place to myself, which was really nice. And I would go to the gas station every day, and that opened up the opportunity for me to find to get back in touch with the music hall. And then I found out that even if they had hired me at any of those places, I wouldn't have been able to be hired anyway because I didn't have a birth certificate. So it was all for naught anyway. Yeah, the people didn't hire me, and that sucked, but even if they did, I wouldn't have been able to do anything because I didn't even know that I needed a birth certificate. That I didn't have because the cops stole my car. For real. Because they found out I was going to scrap it, and I hadn't registered it in my name, so it technically wasn't mine, so they took it from me. And they sold it for themselves. And apparently my music studio is sitting in a state trooper's basement, and he uses it. Like $3,000 worth of equipment. PreSonus E5 studio monitors. I had an Apollo Twin. You know how much look up how much an Apollo Twin costs. I had a Shure SM7B. Look up how much a Shure SM7B is. PreSonus E5 speakers, an Apollo Twin, and a Shure SM7B. That's like $2,000 right there. That's my dreams. And then I couldn't be in the car, so I had to escape a hurricane, and I got trespassed, and that's the reason that I violated the conditions of release. And now I can't work at FedEx. So yeah, is it a victim complex? No, it just sucks. I mean, if Demon Hunter's here, she can vouch. Demon Hunter's been watching she watched the whole thing. Yeah, the trauma gets bad and I go in circles complaining about the shit that people did to me. But I don't stop trying. The Archons aren't feeding off of me. The demons infesting my family that are stalking me right now, watching this it's my family. That bad vibes you feel, it's my family. And eventually, when I get a lot of views and support, they talk shit in the comment section. I sleep, so when I get into the back of the car, I move this tote to the front, and I crawl into this little, like, tiny space in between all my shit, and I like it. But the plan is, when I get a job, to save enough money to donate to this up-and-coming homeless shelter that has a bunch of rooms that need to be renovated that aren't going to be renovated for a long time, and try to get my stuff into that room and lock it. And then instead of giving my money to a storage facility, I will donate yearly to keep it there. I can't join the military because I'm diagnosed with CPTSD and I have a bunch of suicide attempts. I've tried. I don't do any drugs, and I'm Native American. I like my hair long, man. 110 IQ, maybe. I had 150 when I was 14. I'm assuming I had 160 to 70 when I was 18, and then I started smoking a lot of weed, and I was on SSRIs, so that would bottle up the weed, the serotonin, because of the reuptake inhibitor. All the stuff that I was smoking, the chemicals would stay up there, and I would pop. And then I had a bunch of suicide attempts, like crashing my car 90 miles an hour into a pole. I hung myself twice, and I mean really hung myself twice. I jumped off bridges. I took all the pills in my girlfriend's grandma's medicine cabinet and I died in her bed. I cut my wrist open and bled out in a bathtub. And then I started blacking out, where I would, like, days would just be disappeared from my brain. Like, I can't remember 2019. I can remember like a few moments. I can't really remember 2020. And I can remember just being I can remember being in sleep paralysis mostly, where I would wake up and I can't move and I had to force myself to get to the shower. Then I'd have to force myself, and sometimes I'd fall over. Sometimes I'd bottle it up and I'd freak out and I'd beat the shit out of the wall because I can't think, and it felt like I was being tortured. And then a lot of sexual abuse happened. So I don't know what my IQ is, but I know that a lot of my ability to think and all the stuff that, when I talk about how beautiful my experience used to be and all the stuff I would think about all the time and the worlds I would build and the art that I would make and the realm that I would live in my day-to-day and the way that I could experience life and music and people, to take girls on dates and have great sex and throw parties and go hunt down lonely people and bring them into my friend group and build a tribe and go on adventures with them and all this great stuff, and the stuff I do for the community and speaking and DJing at youth shelter events and stuff. And I was working 3 jobs. I was dishwashing at a taco place, and I was working at Walgreens, and I was working at Dunkin' Donuts. And I was school full-time, and I was making music and in the gym and had a relationship, and I was having 3 relationships. I was cheating on that girl, which sucked, but I was running. I was able to do all that because I was running. I was scared of love because of abandonment issues, to be honest. And then I had a horrible first relationship, man. You watched him get arrested for no reason like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. Oh, I've been talking for 2.5 hours, man. Some live streams, my vernacular is exquisite. Sometimes I have this elegance and beauty, and my articulation is off the chain. But I'm tired. Sometimes I can disassociate, and I have this intrinsic confidence to allow me to reach up to a higher paradigm and reorient my reticular activation system towards away from the oppression. And I'm able to build a unique experience and individuate into a greater sense of self and really caretake as a co-creator of my experience in my existence. And then I'm able to utilize the orchestration of the infinite through these channels of the astrological season. And I'm able to flow with life in a way that creates this amazing movie. But now it's like there's just a bunch of dents in my head, and through those dents was able for a bunch of entities to rape me all the time. And then I got into a lot of parasitic narcissistic relationships that constantly siphon off my consciousness in these stupid contracts. And it was better when it was a 9-year in numerology, because that was Sagittarius. So last year, being a snake 9-year was really cool. And then an 8 dragon year, a Scorpio 8-year was really cool. This constant karmic revival. And then in the next year, it was a lot of shedding off with momentum, with this, everyone was more of a student of life. And we're able to channel that into philosophical expression that created a lot of great art. That's why Jesse Wells took off, because he's a Sagittarius Scorpio cusp, and that's why Pilgrim dropped in the middle of the year, and that was his best album, and he got all these awards. But now we're moving into a 10-1 year. It's an Aries Capricorn year. So it's going to be a lot more blocky and stagnant. It takes a lot more to get this passionate focus forward for this elemental expression, because we're going to be trapped in an earth sign. It's going to be cool for the boldness of the fire horse, but it's not going to be great for water signs. It's not going to be great for emotional expression. It's going to be really cool for action taking and bold expression, but we're going to see music take a pretty decent hit. Music's not going to be great. Stuff that has to do with power is going to take off. Aquarius will have a hard time, which is why we're practicing right now with ice. They put ice during Capricorn season so that we would rebel from the energy of Sagittarius. They gave us a false truth with the Epstein files in Aquarius, but it taught us the paradigm and the structure and the tools necessary to navigate through the rest of this year, because of us having to try to burn away ice with our creative, passionate expression. Which is why they made ice, because they're Freemasons. And they believe this stuff. No, star signs are not made up BS by humans. When you disregard your infinite potential and your infinite abundance and your connection to source and spirit, and you identify too heavily with the external rules that you are a Sagittarius, you are a Cancer, you are a Scorpio, that's bad. But when you see it more as a lot of people all over the world for thousands and thousands of years have been trying to understand what the fuck is going on, and you've got a lot of schools, mystery schools, esoteric schools of consciousness that have explanations. In all of that, you can find the common denominator between them and realize that they were hints that the Creator has given, avenues for us to gain a higher understanding of this creation that we're inside, to be able to utilize it and co-create with reality and make the most of the gift of life that we have. When you just say, I'm a Scorpio, so I'm dramatic, that's what's made up BS. But when you say, okay, my life experience will tend to be more hostile, and I will have to go through a lot of betrayal and horrible things in order to cement this feeling of the dark waters, so that I have a base level to constantly revive from the Scorpio into the Phoenix and become the fire water, and utilize that to have this spiritual passion and sexual energy, then I'm a gift to the world, and I can become the shaman and share my unique experience. Or else I will be trapped in this constant karmic cycle of suffering, and people will see me as a pessimistic victim. That's what it is. That's what they're trying to say, is that there's a structure and orchestration of your life that you chose in co-creation with divine when you were created. Not that you cheat because you're a Gemini, but because you have this constant intellectual yearning to absorb as much information as you can at a social level, and you see everyone like a library of experience that you can live in these stories with, and you love to build the fun in the environment naturally, and you have this strong connection through the river of truth that keeps you grounded and makes you feel sort of like a cut above everybody else. Then you accidentally feel too powerful and overextend yourself to get a better experience. Have a cooler story, because you get so involved in it that you end up being the socialite in tons of different love stories, and you end up not being able to hold down your significant other. As a Sagittarius, you're constantly trying to philosophize and think about this higher level stuff and create your own philosophies. But if you don't understand that, you'll tend to think that you're better than everybody else, and your way is always the right way, because that philosophical transitions into your confidence, and you love the adventure, so you end up this one-man band, this one-man army. When you realize that your point is to be this adventurous student having fun, then it becomes more about sharing your stuff with other people. And you end up being sort of a rock that people, like sort of like a A lot of times when I'm having fun and I'm running, or when I would go on the track, everybody would be depressed and walking on the track, but then I'd get inspired and I would start running and I'd be happy. And when I would pass them, they would get a little bit of that happiness and they would start to run behind me. And the faster I would run and the better I felt, the faster they would run. But when it became more about me and it was about my personal story and I didn't give a fuck about them, they left. But when it became like, we can all have fun, then everybody got up. And that's why Kai Cenat became the best streamer on Twitch, is because he wanted everybody to have fun, sharing his cool philosophies and making his fiery content, his confident Sagittarius. And he said that the reason he could do that was because when he was in college, he would have to upload his YouTube video and he would have to sprint through the college to get to his class. And he said that him sprinting through the college was what gave him the skills to be a streamer. Gideon said that he's able to go hunt down predators, and he was able to go through chaotic, hostile environments to prank people because he had a lot of fun in college making YouTube videos where he would throw parties and get everybody to fight. They become successful when they reorient their Sagittarian tendency towards independence and make it so they become a better expression to help everybody grow. And that's why the Celts call Sagittarius the elder tree and the firebird. Same thing, 7,000 miles from each other. Just people trying to figure out what's going on. But when you identify too heavily with one of those things and not the common denominator between it all to find what they're actually talking about, that's what's bad. Which is why you have to believe in the Bible and not take it at face value, but understand that higher level, the very heavily encoded things inside of that. If you just read the Bible at face value, that's wrong. That's what it is. You got PC build knowledge, kind of. I know that you need like for me to do Unreal Engine and animation, Adobe Animate, Adobe Cloud, run my digital audio workstation and stream, I need like 128 gigs, 2 terabytes, and then an RTX like 50 something. I know it's expensive to build a PC, and I know the specs I can Google to look for it, but I don't know a lot about it. I know some because I want to build a portable workstation that's got like these heavy fans. Wang Chung. What you drive? I drive an SUV. Well, this makes me feel less crazy trying to untangle a load of necklaces. Yeah. You were created by Source, and you can find through these schools that are here right now. I'm not saying that astrology and numerology and Bazi and Christianity won't change. It'll probably change a lot. But for the people that incarnate when that change happens, the Creator is still going to create you in alignment with what you have access to as hints to get a better understanding of yourself. So maybe astrology is wrong, but for the time being, what we have available to us is what the Creator uses to help us. He's meeting us where we're at. I happen to be named the immortal tree of life, the purest essence on earth that can't be killed. It always comes back. And I'm a Sagittarius, constant growth from Jupiter, which is the highest energy on the planet, in the solar system. Jupiter or Zeus or Jesus. And that constant growth is in my 8th house of Scorpio, or the dark waters, the constant revival from the worst experience into the best, with the energy of the best experience, gives me these constant raises. So my name and my astrology line up to this tree of growth, this tree of life. And then my numerology, or my Yeah, my numerology is the 33 life path, born on the 11th. The 11th is the gateway to other dimensions. It's the receiver and communication with no veil. The 8th house in Scorpio gives no veil. And the 33 life path is the most advanced soul before you transcend this realm and can't come back and have to operate as an entity outside. You have to go through your Ouroboros. You're constantly churning out 33 life paths over and over until you get it right, and then you transcend and leave. It's the Ascended Master, OB, which is why in the show Loki gets his ego killed by Casey when he says that everything you fought for is nothing outside of space and time. When you're exalted from your realm into the infinite, everything you fought for that you were a villain because for power, it's meaningless. So Casey destroyed Loki, and then he found righteousness and became a hero. And then with the help of Casey and OB, and Casey's real name was Frank before he was kidnapped by the Time Variance Authority. So Frank became Casey, and I was supposed to be named Francis, but my mom decided to name me Casey at the last minute. Casey and OB, or Ouroboros, are the 33 who lives at the bottom of the Time Variance Authority, way, way in the bottom, who found out that because of time loops, Casey and OB both worked together to build the Time Variance Authority with the help of Kang the Conqueror, or KC. And then Kang the Conqueror decided that he needed to manage the entire multiverse bureaucratically and systematically, killing everything, and Loki didn't like that. So Loki, with the help of Casey and OB, Loki is just wild god, the nature, basically. When nature, with the help of Casey and OB, defeat the evil Casey, Kang the Conqueror, Loki sacrifices himself, the 33, and becomes the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil or Acacia. And then he now is the green and gold Tree of Life, which is what I tattooed on my arm when I was 17, before I knew any of this. And that's why Queso is the biggest gamer, Kai Cenat's the biggest streamer, Casey Neistat was the biggest vlogger, Casey Rocket was the biggest stand-up comedian in the Year of the Cat, Kurt Kaz, Kendrick Curry, Kendrick and Cole, 11-3, or 11-33, or 11-13, which is why 11 from Stranger Things and Mike get together. And then there's also K and J is very important, like Kanye and Jay-Z, Kendrick and J. Cole. Kendrick and J. Cole, 10 and 3. J is the 10th letter, C is the 3rd letter. So there's Kendrick is the 11th letter, so there's 11 and 3 with Kendrick and J. Cole. Kanye and Jay-Z. Jay-Z's real name is Sean. You'll find that Sean, Casey, Brian, Frank, Gary, Vicky or Vincent or Victor, Ari, Jesse, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius, Aquarius, and Taurus, with the branching off of Capricorn, which either helps or hurts, but that's there either as a helpful or a hurtful. That's all that symbolism coalesced together makes up the overarching essence of the Tree of Grace, the Acacia, and that constant reoccurring thing you can find, and Ray, you'll find everywhere. Like Cinna's real name is Bree, Diddy's real name is Sean Combs, and his son who took over the Diddy empire is Casey King Combs. Casey Rocket blew up next to Adam Ray, and that's why they blew up on Kill Tony. Tony or William, and Tony and William are two of those names, or the side supporting characters for the Casey stories. You'll find a Ray or a Vincent or a Leo or something near Cinna, or Cinna might be a Leo or a Capricorn, or a Libra. And then you'll find that her father is one of those stronger signs, and only those stronger signs. Kai Cenat and Ray blew up together. And then you can see that all over my life constantly. Like when I went to I showed you, I'm going to go to this random town just to show you. And then I went there and I got invited to a homeless conference ran by Casey Winterson. And then my car got stuck in the snow and I had to call Ray's Auto to get me out. Or I broke down in that town, and then the only people that helped me was a guy named Ray and a girl named Casey. And then at the end of the journey, they ended up moving in next to each other. And then the crows were bothering me every day. Crows, crows, crows. And then a guy named Mr., and his last name means crow. His real name is something else. But Mr. Crow moved in, and now he bothers Casey and Ray all day. There, and then over up here, there's or down in my hometown, me and my little brother, whose middle name is Ray, and his dad's name is Ray. And when we met each other, we were both fighting to collab with a girl named Ray, and I ended up dating a girl named Brianna, but her middle name was Ray, and she wanted people to call her Ray. And I got with her because my girlfriend, who was a Leo rising, whose name was Chloe, but people kept accidentally, every time we went to like Domino's or something, it was put Cleo on accident. And when I met her and we started dating, somebody gave me this Cleopatra big statue, and then she got me a black cat that I named Mark, and he was a Gemini and she was a Gemini. And every time I would have these really insane spiritual experiences where I'm like freaking out, my cat would go lay under the Egyptian goddess statue of Cleopatra or whatever. When I would have these like sleep paralysis demon stuff, he would go freak out and he would just sit there and stare at it, which was really weird. But Mark is one of those supporting names. You can find that like there's a lot of Marks. But it's never like you never find like it's rare to find a Simon. You might find a couple Theos here. Like there was a guy named Theo Wells, and he wanted to make this folk music. And then he wanted to be a podcaster, I remember. And then I wanted to introduce him to my cousin Jesse, because they had like a similar way of seeing the world, and I thought they would be cool to make art together. And then both of them fell out of touch, but then Theo Von blew up and took over that year. And then Jesse Wells popped off. And I remember that the main messages that they were getting across were similar to like the stuff that I was thinking about when I met Theo Wells and Jesse. It seems like the information is traveling through a lot of people, and then it comes together through somebody to express to the masses. But in my life, the stories that I'm doing, it's sort of like planting seeds that grow, and the fruits are shared through other people. Like Kurt Cass, Kendrick Curry, Queso, Cassius Culpepper, Kai Cenat, Kurt Cobain. And you'll find the Caseys are always present in the mainstream somewhere. And especially if they fall off, somebody else picks up somebody else. You can't stop the growth. Like Sean Ryan is exposing this place that's initials are KCC for being a sex trafficking thing. Right now, that's happening too. And the Kansas City Chiefs went up against the Eagles. It's everywhere. It's just the story that we're living in right now. Where do I sleep? In the car. So I don't know. Oh, that's that. I was like, what's that symbol? Like when Ellie talks and stuff, there was this random symbol. That's when it translates. But yeah, that's me, man. And it's real. It's where do I shower? That's the problem. I just need a plumber and a couple $1,000, and I can install public showers in the center of the state. The problem is that there's nowhere to shower. From here, I would have to drive an hour to get to a shower. And then from where I was before I got here earlier, I'd have to drive 45 minutes to get to a shower. And those showers are pretty hot commodities, so you usually have to schedule it like 3 days in advance just to get a time slot for 5 minutes. Unless you go at like midday and you drive like an hour and a half south, there's a bigger place that has a shower. So I'm trying to get a bunch of these churches that I'm trying to find places in the community that have this desire to help the homeless situation, and go to my carpenter guy that says he'll do it at cost and try to coerce him into traveling beyond just that town. Or when we do the initial shower, they can teach me exactly how to do it so that I can go to these places and install the showers. Because the big three is campsites, places to stay, places to get yourself to a position where you're not smelly and unkempt, and then the most important one, which is getting the intrinsic bullshit from the community to stop your cycle of survival and suffering, so that you can gain the perspective and clarity to make decisions and be safe in an environment out in the woods, to come back to the natural way and the infinite abundance and spirit and the creator and the star people, and get back in and to shed away all the programming so that you can be here and be a conscious entity and force, and then giving you the opportunity to work with your hands in nature, like clearing trails or homesteading or farming, learning skills, and then saving up money to get transportation and gas and insurance long enough to get you further out into the new world of homestead communities and eco villages, and be able to get around through this chaos as we dismantle the old world. So the best things I can do right now are these two, trying to build public showers. And I have this idea for fold-up wagons that it's a box with a roof and wheels and legs, and it's got broom handles on the front. So it's this big box that has wheels and legs, and you can pick it up and carry it like a rickshaw, and you can take it as far into the woods as you want. Eventually you can put solar panels on the top, and it's like a 4x8, and it's like a cubby, like a little bit smaller than this car, like maybe a quarter the size of this car. And then when you're done with it, or you need to take it places, you take everything out onto the side here, you put the broom handles in, you unhook the roof goes in, walls go. So you have to split the middle up into two ways so that it can break apart. And then you fold them up into two separate folded things. And those two separate folded things fold in like this. It's cut in the middle with hinges so that you can pull up and fold it down. So everything folds down like this. When it folds down, the wheels fold inside, so that you still have the two wheels that are functioning inside the folded up version. Then you pull out the under the mattress pad, it's sheathed in a saddle sort of thing that drapes over the top and then latches underneath to hold it in place, so that you can carry it beside you like a suitcase, and everything you own drapes over the pocket compartments in the side. It's got a trash can on the back that when you fold it up, the trash can turns like this so that it's upright now, and then when it folds out, you turn it back so it stays up. It turns like this so that you can take it on the bus and put it in the back by the handicap spot. Or maybe you can drape it above you like this and it's just heavy, and you put it over you so you can take it on the bus places when you need to travel. Or you can put it in the back of your SUV when you eventually get one, or a truck when you get to the next level up from that. You have your wagon, and the wagon's painted red and white like a barn. The shingles itself are very heavy, so it's just 3D printed shingles that's made out of plastic or this rubbery thing that is waterproof and sealed, so that when the walls come up, there's a tent inside, which I'm not sure the material I want to use yet. But then it's like Legos or Velcro on the corners, so that when the fold up, you're like, there's a space in the corners. You just drape the Velcro over the corners to stop ticks and stuff from coming inside. And then even if they do, there's a mesh inside the box. And I'm gonna cut a window on the side here, so the doorway to get in is here. So you crawl in, and you can crawl out. And then there's a little window that's like shutters, like the old barns, like the old way that they used to build these. So the shutters open. You just unzip the mesh, open the shutters, and then rezip the mesh, so you have air to breathe. And I think I might put one on the other side too, so you have two windows, so you can get the cool view and stuff, and have air flow through it. The only problem is like black mold. Having to make the tent mesh replaceable, so that you can take the tent mesh out when the rain puts black mold on the fucking mesh, when it gets humid and stuff, and or like the moisture from the rain, that puts mold on the mesh. So being able to replace it is going to be hard, because I'm going to be having to make a product that you manufacture there, or I'm going to have to make it so that you can put you can put a tent inside it, a 4x8 one-man tent inside that. That's the problem there, is how I'm going to make the mesh for it so that it's waterproof and bug sealed. And I would only sell it for $1,000, and then it would be free for homeless programs. I would get a nonprofit grant to give it to the homeless. And I'm going to put an air tag in it, so the air tag, and it's going to be sealed into it so that you can't get it out and you don't know where it is. And I'm not really going to tell them about it. So I don't know if that's a breach of privacy. That'll be part of the contract when you go through the homeless program. But basically, if it ever gets stolen or you lose it, like if you like go to work and you come back and it's gone, you can find it. And it's registered to you, like, you have the proof of it. There'll be like a serial number for it attached at the homeless program. And if it's like a case-to-case scenario where I give like 10 to the homeless program, and there's one that you can't take with you and somebody takes it, it's then registered as stolen, and you can get it back to that homeless program. And I just wanted to call it the Wagons. I think I want this cool Casey Francis O'Brien on the back of it, like this cool plaque on it. And then on the inside, I want like kind of like commandments or rules for life or rules for this. And I want lanyards for how to deal with police and trespasses and all this stuff. I want you to be able to, like, sealed into the wall here, I want people to be able to see exactly how to maneuver when the cops come to your tent, with a number that you can call, exactly how they're breaching your Fourth Amendment right, and exactly the line itself where they go too far to hurt you, so you can clearly articulate it to your public defender and your lawyer, and how to request discovery footage. Then I want a program to make it to, I want to be able for them to waive that fee for discovery, so that when the police do this bullshit to you. But that was the thing that I wanted, and I say that the things that I want become expressed at a global level. So the things that I uncover in this life from my everyday experience channel back through God to be a change to the entire world. When I was really mad about Fuck Around and Find Out because of police not having to set an example, and them violating their power to abuse the public and go beyond their thing, to have their personal prejudice and bias to abuse American citizens, and mainly to take advantage of people weaker and below the poverty line that aren't able to defend themselves against it. I wanted a solution to that, and I wanted that to be a government program to hold these people accountable in a way that is able to help people that don't have the functionality because of their suffering to articulate and express this and actually have any leeway. And now we have that Fuck Around and Find Out became it's FAFO. It's like fighting against federal outreach or something. and it's a whole program now that's being made to hold law enforcement accountable, and it's becoming a national thing. So what I went through, the things that I suffered, and I went through that experience to hold the entire world, the collective consciousness through the 33 Acacia 11 tree. I held that problem and defined the solution, and I made that solution exalted on a hill, like my name means. And I grew this fruit that I needed to share with the collective consciousness as the 33, and that happened, and now we have it. Fuck around and find out became fighting against federal overreach. Thank you for molesting all those women, Ron Audette. Because it pissed me off enough to do it. And then it happened. So I just want more of those rules in this wagon. And then I want to pump out these wagons. And what are we going to have but the next stage of American pioneering? We don't have the Oregon Trail. We have Acacia's Grace. And remember in 2022, I was saying I drove around all these places and I kept seeing Ray's Way, Alex's Way, Vincent's Way, all these names, Brian's Way. And I'm like, where's Casey's Way? And now there's going to be like a little street sign put on the wagon that says Casey's Way. Which is get out into the woods and reject this bullshit. Find yourself, grow into who you're always meant to be. And then when you find infinite abundance, go out and have fun. And hopefully I can get buff and make my music, which has always been the thing. In my head, you're in my bed, waiting for the day I wake up scared. You'll tell me it's okay, I'll take you anywhere. I know you hate me, we made mistakes. But if we can just escape somewhere away from all the pain, maybe the memories we make will fill up all the holes we made. But you're gone and that's okay, I'll fold your blanket up and leave it in my safe place. I know they hate me, they think I'm crazy, but they don't understand just what it takes to be out here every single day, isolated and afraid. The angels keep me sane when I'm alone and I'm in danger. Don't worry about me, girl, it's okay, I'm outside, singing in the rain without a safe place. And it's African choir, Celtic dance hall, big drop in between those verses, very forward moving. And then the second, in between the first and second, between that ride for the chorus with the choirs and the second verse is a violin solo that I have in my head. If I had a second phone, I'd play you the beat. I've played it before. I'm ending the homeless crisis, but I can't find anybody that wants to help me end the homeless crisis. And because I'm homeless, I can't find anyone that will hire me. And because I racked up trespassing charges, I'm not eligible for places like FedEx or moving companies, or even like fucking Price Chopper wouldn't take me. The supermarkets wouldn't take me. Walmart wouldn't take me because they recently had a lot of issues with hiring homeless people, so they no longer want to do it. So I'm going from town to town to town, applying to every job, just as I've been doing for the past 2 years, and suffering immensely, finding solutions, and seeing those solutions come to fruition at a global scale because of my very unique and special astrology, numerology, name, Bazi, and this greater overarching story I've incarnated into. And I articulate that clearly so people can start to understand this higher level of divinity. And mainly I'm just trying to fuck around and have fun every day. And just get buff, get some bitches, make my music, make my TV shows, make my art, and be able to just travel full time. I do take donations. I use it for gas. I owe $1,000 on the car still. The two places I'm applying to next are right over here at the other end of this field. So I'm staying the night here at this church. And then tomorrow I'm going to this gas station and I'm going to this farm over here. And I'm just going to tell them I work really hard. I'm trying to save a bunch of money for my goals. I don't have experience, but I really would like experience, and I'm motivated, and I'm right next door. Then I come here and say, hey, I want to work next door, and I would like to give you some of that money to help towards what you're doing with the homeless people here because of the opportunity that hopefully they will give me. And I'm not going to tell them until I get a good reference of who they really are when they see me in my struggle, and how they treat me when they see me as the useless victim is how much I'm going to help this church. It's also an audit from God, because it's like how I'm Casey O'Brien. In order for when Harry Potter, in the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore goes, my name's Albus Percival, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, Brian, Dumbledore. And then when Harry Potter dies, he goes to the King's Cross Station, KC Station. But to go to the magic realm, you have to go through platform 9 3/4, which is if Aries is the first, Taurus is the second, Gemini is the third, Cancer is the fourth, Leo is the fifth, Virgo is the sixth, Libra is the seventh, Scorpio is the eighth, Sagittarius is the ninth, Jupiter, or Zeus, or Jesus, Sagittarius, the student of life, the master teacher, the adventurer, the freedom, the way to enlightenment is the path of spiritual childhood, this momentous, childlike, fun, adventuring student of life that chooses to be homeless because of the connection to nature, the elder tree in Celtic mythology, or the firebird in Druidism and stuff. I think it's the Black Panther in Inca and South American culture, the leopard, which is why Kai Cenat had the leopard print under his thing. But you have to go. The end of Sagittarius season is right at the end of God before the devil of Capricorn. That's why it's 9 3/4. It would be roughly around my birthday. But when Harry Potter dies and he goes to the afterlife, just like Loki meets Casey and Obi to defeat Kang the Conqueror to become the Acacia, Harry Potter dies and goes to King's Cross Station to meet Brian Dumbledore. Or 11 13, 11 33, 11 3, or like Kendrick and J. Cole. J is 10 or 10, Cole is 3. So it's either Kendrick and J. Cole 1-3, or it's just Kendrick and Cole KC 11-3. Or like 11 in Stranger Things gets with Mike Wheeler. And 11's name is Jane. So there's 1-1-1, 11 Jane, and then Mike, or 11 and Jane, 11 and Mike. 11 and M is 13. And 11 opens up the gateway to the higher realm up there through the upside down. And that's why the abyss is yellow, and they dropped it in the year of the Sagittarius. You get to that higher level, you have to go through the wormhole, through the gateway that 11 makes when she brings Henry to the other side, or Capricorn. And then that great place accidentally comes through the wormhole and descends down to us, that higher realm. But above Sagittarius is the Mind Flayer, Capricorn, or Saturn, or Satan, or whatever, the thing that governs the world. Time. Which is why Henry in Stranger Things, there's always that clock sound in Stranger Things. When Vecna is doing his thing. Because it's representative of time that's hindering that higher realm. That top level would be beautiful and would be an amazing place if it wasn't corrupted by Capricorn or time or Saturn. That's what they're trying to say. And I'm supposedly, it would point to that I incarnated for this. Isn't it cool that I'm like a flesh monkey that's extremely traumatized, but I say this shit? Like, people talk so much shit about me, and I'm like, when you watch me speak, because I'm speaking from the spirit, you can see my body is like a scared monkey, but I'm transmitting from space or something, or like a sarcophagus net. When I was 8, they said it was like a network between a polar bear that was a past life of mine that's buried under the ice, and the bones are still there, which is channeling the infinite through the fact that that fossil is still there, which is why they're trying to harvest the resources to destroy their influence from space, which is why you had to mummify corpses, because it kept a remnant of their oversoul on the planet to keep their knowledge and wisdom. So they said that basically I'm like an ancient polar bear and an ancient pharaoh of some kind from whatever was here before, and because my body is still there and I'm here now, I'm working with my genetics through this bloodline, and my spirit is enhancing it to change my epigenetics so that when I die, I'm persevering through being preserved. And then that node network of my past incarnations as a network together through the ley lines will be consistently embedding in this growth into this tree of the next realm, which is what they explained to me when I was 8. And I would have to hide in a fridge box to sleep, and I would have to cover myself in blankets and hide in a den in order to go to sleep with only a little bit of room for my mouth. And then fast forward, that's how I live. I live freezing cold with the blankets in a fucking igloo. Almost like I was a polar bear and Inuit back in the day, in a past life. And polar bears originated from Ireland. Bears came from Ireland. King Arthur was a story about a bear, a polar bear. Before colonialism made him to be a human archetype, it was a story about a polar bear. What, bro? Zombies in your brain. I did too much acid and got too trapped in before. Sometimes you have to dumb it down to be relevant in society. If you're too deep in the spiritual world, you separate yourself from the physical world. Yeah, like my main teaching is that you can't do anything unless you build a foundation. Like, if I'm supposed to be a tree, you can't grow unless you have roots. So you have to suffer and go through life, and you have to go out in the woods and build your foundation of structure, routine, supplements, and just a long period of time away from everything, out in the woods by yourself. Because you need that reference experience in order to come back into society and not succumb to it. I needed to have, and it's like, you guys can see, the only thing that's, I have to be like physically tortured and like beaten and broken in order to get me to stop. People are like, you're a lazy fucking victim. I'm like, no, they literally had to break my bike so that I crashed and I was forced to sit in the woods. They had to take my car and beat me into the woods to get me to stop trying to get a job, to get money to save my friends. And when I finally got into the woods and I gave up, when I stop is when it all comes to me. When I let go and allow myself to be a lazy bum, that's the thing that I need, actually. That's the thing that helps. That's the thing that I can't do all these things because the universe is always trying to get me to stop. Because when I stop is when I let it all go and I'm really here. You need to build your foundation away and let it all go and just be there. And that's how you grow your roots, through the pain and suffering, in a way that isn't forced upon you by society, but forced upon you through the wilderness journey. And I think Jesus talks about the wilderness journey, right? He had to go on his wilderness journey in order to be the Savior. You have to go through your wilderness journey and build the foundation, and that's a reference experience. That's a seed that plants, that grows into your authentic self. It's giving you an individual sense of experience and rites of passage that can't be taken from you from the world through social dominance hierarchies, energy harvesting, and siphoning. It's these rites of passage and merit and achievement that can't be taken from you because it's fact. And you have this reference experience. And the only thing after that is that you need omega-3s, sunlight, eggs. You need to cut sugar out of your diet consistently so that you can go through autophagy and ketosis to be able to sit by yourself and get these software updates of healing from spirit to not coincidentally, but consistently break past the programming of the world to keep yourself in a position where you can consistently go through your memories and bring your memories back, because that's what they're trying to take from you, is your ability to remember through dopamine addiction and constant distraction and suffering for work. They want to take away your ability to just be here and be fine, because then you can start to look back and build your elongated skull, or the feathers in your war bonnet, or your bowler hat the Irish would use, or your crown chakra, or whatever, or the indigenous hair, is all of the things that you went through that you need in order to have wisdom. You need to have a ability to house your knowledge. They keep trying to wipe your hard drive all the time, and you need your hard drive because that's got your software in it, and your software grows from experience. And in order to keep growing from your experience, you need to have the omega-3s and consistently build your brain back. Like, I'm fucked because I suffocate myself to sleep. The vape isn't that bad. Weed would be pretty bad. Cigarettes would be pretty bad. The vape's not bad. It'd be better if they had a filter in it. But I realized that I would wake up and my eyes are like being pulled back into my head, and I wake up like super brain fog, and I can't think and I can't see, because I didn't realize I've been giving myself brain damage for 2 months. Because I've been in a sealed box that carbon dioxide has been going, and I've been suffocating myself to sleep. So I have to roll the windows down to get the fresh air in. That's much better, actually. Why are you so right about everything? Because I completely gave up pride, and trauma has made it so I don't even have a sacral or root chakra anymore. Which sucks. Most people are held back by their ego for sexual purposes. I'm just authentic, man. And I've been doing this for like my whole life. And what's cool is that it used to be that I was weird and I couldn't fit in with society and all this stuff. But then I found that the people that I couldn't be like the other people, and now those people are suffering until they give up. And then when they give up, now they're here. So I actually grew miles beyond everybody else, which is cool, because I was looked down upon and people treated me like shit. And now, by rejecting completely those social hierarchies and bullshit and stuff, now I have the stuff that people like. Like, I go places and everybody's trying to siphon my energy now, where before they didn't know about energy and they would just reject me for being not trapped in where they were at. In Vedic astrology, I'm a Scorpio. But in Western astrology, I'm an Ophiuchus. Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius. Really, like in Vedic and in Western, I'm actually an Ophiuchus. But without the Ophiuchus, you'd say I'm a Sagittarius. In Vedic, I'd be a Scorpio. But in reality, I'm an Ophiuchus. I think you guys should check out that. Ophiuchus is pretty cool. I don't have an element. It's the only zodiac that doesn't have an elemental charge. I don't have fire or water or earth or air. I just have ether, which is cool that like my preaching is all about the common denominator between everything and understanding this foundation of truth. And all I do is talk about all the bullshit everywhere. This is all bullshit. That person's bullshit. This is the truth. This is the truth. This is the truth. And it could all be so much better. And they're like, oh, that's Ophiuchus. Taking everything and bringing it to the top. Or the acacia tree. Or the 1133. An Ophiuchus 11. Joe Rogan's a Leo 11. So he receives the information, but he's trapped in his ego. That's why he's short. And his message comes across, and his overarching influence on the planet will be the people that orbited around him in the space, that one little space he created, the mothership. Aiden Ross is a Libra 11, and his greater overarching mission with the collective consciousness is the balance between the opposing forces. And now, what does he do? He commentates fights. He sets up boxing matches. But before, he was a suburban kid that would act gay with a bunch of really OG rappers. He was the balance between these two opposing realms of thought, intellectual air element. And Alex Jones is a Aquarius 11, so you'll see his overarching message to the collective consciousness will be his righteous perseverance to share the truth, to blow apart Capricorn or Satanism, the hidden, the rebellious truth. And Ophiuchus is also a truth, but it's not in a rebellious truth. It's a state of truth that doesn't deal with bringing a narrative to expose the deceit. It's taking all of them and just raising it to the heavens and connecting it to the heavens like the acacia. It's much less, it's more selfless. It's less about driving a story forward. It's more about, it doesn't matter what the story is. It doesn't matter what all this stuff is. Yes, I am wrestling with the snake, but it's more like ancient sacred wisdom. And it's more about just taking everybody from where we're at to the highest. It's not about destroying Saturn like Aquarius. It's not about balancing the opposing forces like the Libra. It's not about building a kingdom that orbits you to show off the unique traits of each orbiting system. It's just, hey everybody, big hug. You're all connected now through me. And this is what's possible. This is what's up there. Everything could be so much better, couldn't it? And it doesn't have an elemental smackdown, an elemental expression. It has an ether. It's a software update. It's just an extension of consciousness that makes everything better. And Orion is the opposite. Orion is taking everything down. Not an underworld sense, but more like a not really a malware sense. It's different, which is why it's not widely accepted yet. But my name is O'Brien, so that's not my sign. Maybe we'll find later that my Aquarius moon actually extends more towards an Orion moon, which would line up even more in the future when people look back at this and be like, oh fuck, he's the Acacia O'Brien, and he's got the Orion in the name. Holy shit, the 1133. The 11 Acacia bringing everything up, the Ophiuchus, and then the O'Brien 33 bringing everything down. "11 from to the heavens," and then everything could be this, and visionary. And then O'Brien 33 bringing everything from the infinite down, exalted. Which is, I'm pretty sure, the next level of what we're going to find. When keeping it real goes wrong. True or false, the realest people have no friends. No, that was a quote from Tupac. The realest people have no friends. There's a lot of people that are just like you. People change is constant. I think I have long-standing friendships that have spanned multiple lives, and I have these people that are created and incarnated for really cool stories. But really all you ever are is the role that you played in their story anyway, and the role that they played in yours, and the interaction between them. And that doesn't have to be long-standing. For me, it's better to just have that moment in the infinite with that person, and that in that place you were a friend to them and they were a friend to you. And then you might go off on long journeys and come back and be friends again. So even if I have people I once considered friends that have gone the wrong way and treat me wrong, they're still my friends because of that undisputable fact in the infinite that we were friends at one point. Just because our stories diverted into different ones doesn't mean that in the infinite there isn't that one speck of outside of space and time of that interaction between us. And I always have love for them there, and they live on in that memory of themselves, and in a way it's better than trying to go down this road with people that were not meant to be around each other right now. Holding on and trying to save them is what motivated me, but I could have done so much more if I had been not selfless. If I had been selfish, I would have been miles beyond anything I am now. I would have been rich, I would have been successful, I would have been a streamer, I would have been a stand-up comedian, I would have been a pickup artist, I would have been a traveler, I would have been an artist, but my need to save the people that were deteriorating and destroying themselves and feeling like I'm the only thing that they have because they can't see it and nobody else is willing to be there for them, and I can't physically be there because of what I'm going through and all the traumas that's keeping me trapped. I'm keeping it in, and I'm holding their potential and the self that they lost and the more beautiful version of themselves, the star that was destroyed. And I'm trying to get them back, and I'm holding it in, and I didn't realize that they were farming my energy. I was pumping out all this stuff, and they were living off of it and growing from it. And eventually, when I learned to be a little bit more selfish, yeah, they fell off, but then... Wait. I have a song for this. I went down that road all on my own, and I sent that shit as fast as it could go. Picked all of my people up and took them straight to heaven just to let them down so they could learn to grow. Then I went back and I broke through, argued with the Lord, and came back with a song. So to never underestimate what sits inside my heart. I worked so hard my entire life, became a work of art. You look like you just smelled a fart. Stay the fuck out of my parks. I beat down all the demons and I came out made of gold. This pressure made a diamond, man, I wish that I could show you, but you'd probably try to take it for your own, so I gotta let you go. They're not grateful till it's over, they won't love you till you're dead and gone. I'd rather die broke and alone than to sell my soul. So tell my family I'm coming home. And if they can't open up to love, they're on their own. And I went back and they couldn't open up to love, and I left them. They would rather lie to the police to watch me be subjected to torture, to validate their bullshit ego to continue eating themselves to death, trapped in pride, that only deteriorated all the love in their family, and they only survived through narcissistic gaslighting and gossip at somebody else's detriment. And I came as the 1133, I came back through and was like, it could be so good, but me just sitting there quietly, they couldn't take it. Suggesting something better for my father caused him to try to kill me. Showing off how hard I worked to get the car, and all they did was tell the police he probably stole it. Check to see if it's stolen. He probably stole it. Is there someone with you right now? That would be way weird, man. I'm sitting in the driver's seat, man. The camera's just flipped. Isn't it cool? I got an orange is 33 in gematria, and I got an orange dream catcher. I'd rather die broke and alone than to sell my soul, so tell my family I ain't coming home. They can't open up to love, they're on their own. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have to call BS on that? On what? On what, Ronald? Where are your real friends at now? One guy got really addicted to drugs. One guy got really narcissistic and thinks that because he got a bunch of money, he's better than everybody, and nobody wants to hang out with him anymore. So he went off by himself with his girlfriend, and he kept trying to fuck my girlfriend, and then eventually she found out and they broke up. So now I think he's just bullshitting somewhere else. He stops updating his Facebook profile. I hope he's happy. I think he works at FedEx. He was an Aquarius, and he let his position get too, he thought because he was a manager at Walmart, he was better than me. That gave him the right to try to fuck my girlfriend. And the other one, I helped him learn how to talk to girls, and then eventually, because I pick people up and drop them off in life. I'm like an ascended master. My dad would pick people up on the chairlift and take them skiing down the hard trails. My grandfather would train police officers. My great-grandfather trained dogs and messenger pigeons on the front lines in World War II. So I pick people up and drop them off. So when I've met my friend, he couldn't talk to girls. He was a creep. He was borderline molesting these women and trying to figure out, and I would bring girls around him, and he saw me date and picked up a lot of skills, and then eventually I would drive him to hang out with people, and then eventually he got his own car, got a job, and ended up dating one of our friends. And now they're together, and they're still together, and he works full time. I think he was going to school for coding. He's probably pretty well off. But he got into drugs, and when he got into drugs, he got into energy vampirism, man. He really liked to take it from me, and I had to leave. And part of that, when you get into the energy vampirism and the pride and the social conditioning, is that you can't see people that are suffering for their suffering. You think it's bullshit. You think that they have to get a job and get to work, and then the suffering goes away. It doesn't go away, you just lose it. You lose yourself, you kill your inner child, and then you become a normie muggle that is incapable of thinking consciously without it being at the expense of others. And then you utilize the Capricorn system to leverage your wealth and power to harvest other people, and then your friendships just become contracts where you harvest life force together collectively. And you eventually erode that awareness of your siphoning of others. And then mainly you end up just becoming gossip bullshit machines, where all you do is just talk shit about politics, and that's how you siphon it, and that's why you go, ha! But you're spiritually dead. So he went down that road. Another friend of mine who always thought he thought that he was better than us musically, and he needed this sort of overstanding as the leader, which is cool. He's an 11 life path, and his last name starts with K. And I met him in the year of the horse, and his last name means horse, which is cool. And his first name just means conqueror. So I get why he had to go through he had to do it his own way. Couldn't be anybody else's way, couldn't compromise. But I'm his biggest fan, man. I'm the reason his music has any streams, and he's a great musician. And I have a lot of love for him, even if he's got bad stuff. But he's a Taurus, and his girlfriend's a Taurus, and I used to have a crush on his girlfriend back in the day, in like 2011, or 2012 and 13. I had a big crush on her. She was like my first real crush, too. And they got together, which is cool, because I used to really look up to him, and I had a big crush on her, and now they're together. And they're both Tauruses. So they're doing the slow growth where they work every day. I think he used to work she works as like the head dishwasher or something at a resort, which was my job, which is crazy. That's the job that I lost when I went into being in programs. And I went into a program, an overnight shelter, and now I think he works nights as an overnight shelter. So that's really cool. They're tied to that story of my life at that time. And he makes art, and the art is very similar to the art I make, so I think we're connected somehow. Maybe just because I'm constantly yearning to make this art, he winds up making art that's very similar to what I'm doing. Like, I'll have a song, and the song will have like this big part with the lyricism, and then I find he drops a song with the same big part, the same words. Like in my song was Bonnie and Clyde of 2025, which was, I can't save you, no matter how hard I try. We're out of time. Too many burnt pages of the stories we'd hide inside. And then one of it, on like the last song is like, or no, the second song is called, and it's like, He just says, no matter how hard I try. It's in there. And it's the same color scheme as my album. But that song was about basically the way that we had left off the way that he had seen me, which was like the sick kid that saw the world in a much better way, but he didn't know how to help because I was suffering and I couldn't figure it out. But originally he was angry and mad at me and feeling like he was better than me. So it was a good restructuring of the relationship because it was a song about the same stuff, but instead of hating on it, it's a song about apologizing, about saying he's sorry that we threw stones at something so beautiful. And I felt like that hit me in a certain way, and then for him to have the same phrasing of my song that I was writing at the same time that he dropped it, with that connection there, was like healing for me, to show that a big change in his character. Because the thing about being like this selfless whatever is that you can see people for who they are and you appreciate their story, but they're living in a character. My character is mainly just I'm running and running and running and I need to stop. Most of the other stuff is gone. Like all the character arc stuff from my past was just needing to impress everybody and be worthy of their love by overachieving. If they wouldn't let me play their reindeer games, I went off across the lands and became so good at the reindeer games that I outshined them at the things they were proud about, in a way that was selfless, and they were able to really see me for who I was after I smacked them down with my artistry. Hawaii made a big change in a lot of people's hearts when I posted it on my Facebook. But mostly it made them mad and jealous. And then that will slowly deteriorate as I continue my ascent. Thunder clouds and passing rain keep me trapped inside a cave, dreaming about when I'm on stage. Something clicks and I finally find my place. But I know one day soon the spotlights shining down on us all are gonna fall. Will they love me for all my flaws or judge me for all my faults? And maybe I would be someone if I didn't waste my whole life lying down, freaking out about the things I can't figure out. Well, I climbed up that mountain and I found out we got it all wrong. The view is cool, but they only play sad songs. And I sat down with the superstars, and they told me they'd rather lose it all and be anyone who can do anything. Maybe it's a trap, and being famous ain't all that. 'Cause every step you climb is a sacrifice, and the farther you rise, the further of you got left to die, until you're sat atop your pile of trophies alone and begging God why. And he'll show you the mountains, he'll show you the trees, he'll take you by a riverside with the birds and the bees. He'll show you the kids and what they saw on their screens while their parents argue about Ponzi schemes. He'll show you you, and he'll show you me, and everything I did to help you see before I gave up on you. And it broke my heart too, but it set me free. So if you need to, I won't compete. I'll exit stage left and let you play the lead. If you can be the king of make-believe. And when you find it ain't all what it's cracked up to be, you won't find me. 'Cause I'll be in Hawaii. And it's like, it transitions from the acoustic to the slide guitar. And then back to that somber. It's a beautiful chord, man. It's nice. It's rich. And I definitely sing a lot better if I hadn't spoken for 4 hours. What up, Alexandra? Saddest dream I ever saw. This guy needs a father or something. I had a really good father, but trauma and he was too good for the people he was around. And the people he was around, I watched him get amazing achievements and beautiful experiences with the wealthiest people in the world just because of his character and his heart. And I watched people that were jealous of that destroy our life and take away his ability to function. And then they took my house, my father, my property, and then I was forced to be homeless. So in a way, I had no father, but I had a bunch of, they say it takes a village, and I was basically raised by the abuse of tons and tons of villages and helped through that abuse by needles in the haystack kind people. And because of this perseverance to try to figure out, why is this happening? Why do they treat me so bad? Why does my life suck so much? I was able to grow into what I never had, and now I'm a reference experience for that for many people that need a village and don't have one because these villages suck. So I have one-on-one experiences where I'm able to share what I've grown: Jupiter, Sagittarius, Ophiuchus, Scorpio, Acacia, KC, 1133, this growth. I've grown the philosophy from the abuse, or the 8th house, or the Saturn and Taurus in the 1st house, or the Acacia, the constant cut down and regrowth of purity. I was able to be to grow into what I never had, trying to figure out why all this stuff sucked and this righteous perseverance into it. So I was able to actually get this head on my shoulders because of the horrific circumstances I endured. Yeah, I wish I had a father, but at least I have a connection to the Creator that people won't be, but they can get through me now because I went through things people shouldn't have to go through. So I sacrificed myself in order to gain this knowledge and wisdom, like the underworld journey and whatever, to be there for others. Just listen to a country song backwards, then you can experience getting it all back. Say why, say why, the rivers and creek. Oh, I'm going down to the Greyhound station. I'm gonna get a ticket to ride. Sit down by a fat old lady. Wait. A fat old lady with 2 or 3 kids, and sit down by her side. Right until the sun comes up about 2 or 3 times. I don't remember the words. I'm tired. Feed the pigeons some clay. Turn the night into day. And get along with it all. Go down where people say y'all. Feed the pigeons some clay. Turn the night into day. And start singing again when I know what to say. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. I miss my house.
And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here. I can go back anytime that I feel sad. I miss your smile, the way you laugh. I miss your eyes. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause you moved on, but in my heart, you're laying with me. But you're all gone, and I'm still around, wandering anywhere. From my hometown, I'm scared to see what they built on what burns down. You're all here in my memories. I keep like an old 8-track of classic CDs. I play as I lay back and fall to pieces, terrified of what I can't see. I'm on a hill next to a tree, staring out at the bittersweet. The ghost of you and what I couldn't do, a symphony. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my house, and what we had, it ain't that bad. Well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control. And now they own you. Oh, when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack and that I'm messed up in the head. I need meds because I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all made money by eliminating frowns, and I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. Well, when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where the spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone, 'cause the world they built by beating others only did 'em wrong, 'cause no one taught 'em how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town, and they have to bitch to God 'cause the nurse don't care to hear 'em cry about it, 'cause she's on TikTok showing off her butt. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, hey, hey. And before they meet their grave and the good Lord takes them away, I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry or an island from their estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for him, 'cause without him I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. Well, I hear voices in my head. It gets worse when I get out of bed. And I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be and let me smoke my cigarettes. 'Cause deep inside I'd rather be dead. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a mind afraid of itself. And I just can't find no one who can look at me with respect. 'Cause the cops gave me trauma and the crows ate the rest. I don't know how to be human again, so don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. With all these voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there at the best. And you'll all come back and want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. For now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. Well, it's been hard to catch my breath, running from the knowing I won't see you again. But sometimes something somewhere way out there says to be grateful for the simple little moments we spend. Maybe it's better that you're a voice in my head. And I'm just glad that I had you as a friend.
Be by my side every night when I haunt at 3 a.m. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. I don't know where I've been, can't remember what I've lost. I didn't mean to stay here so long. I'm sorry I can't fit inside of your box. If you knew where I'd been, then you'd know why I stopped. I'm going to Johnson so you can fuck off. I made me a list of those who did me wrong. If they don't say sorry, they're gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson to give me a job. I'm gone. I know that life ain't fair and you don't care, but I can't sleep unless I pray I freeze to death. The next time that railroad crossing drops, I'll hit the gas. For the first time, I'm not afraid. The seconds my spine cracks, I won't feel pain. And if they ask about the boy you drove away, say I caught a train. I think I have more somewhere in my head from that album. Out here in the wild east, where the leaves change every season, you can drive through on the weekend, sit and drink with some real good mac and cheese. Please be sure to come back for the skiing. We're in the business of making memories. We'll be here if you need us. Just don't stay too long after dark. You might get raped by the police. And we won't care unless it plays and sounds nice on our screen or comes through at the right time, scrolling on our feed. Once that open sign flips over, only God gon' hear you, please. Out here in the wicked wild east. Out here in the wild east. We don't care about your freedom. We don't care about your feelings. Lose yourself or lose your freedoms. We'll send you straight to the retreat. We will beat you if you feel good. We got kids who think they're real hood that no one cares to teach. We take pride in being mean. You should see how tourists treat us. So hold your pain and hide them stains, or we'll ask you to leave. And we won't let you in for heat. Drive by laughing as you freeze. 'Cause we all know it's your fault the rich men bleed us. And we won't never be there with you neither, 'cause we still believe in Jesus. So if you make it to the morning, shut your mouth and stay the fuck far from those leaf peepers. Anywhere where we don't see you. We don't care what's in your veins, who you were before who you became. Play a role or play it safe. 'Cause if we don't put on a good show, then we'll have to hunt to eat out here in the wicked wild east. The world's toilet and great escape, where our problems hide in closets until it's your turn to get raped. I'd help you all, but where were you when they left me in the rain and locked me in a cage, took away my name, took away my brain, paraded me around possessed and put me on display? I lost everything but the legends in my DNA that when I try to give up get me to rage, and I get back up, rampaging through the trauma they engraved. I will see you in the forest. You won't see me till it's too late. So while you're out there drinking, enjoy how it all tastes. I am something ancient. I've been through more wars than you could name. I watched you when I waited, picking needles way up haystack. I had a mountain to myself before the Richmond north of Richmond came. Building Legos with a legend and a Labrador. Way out there in nature, I let you think I'm crazy and find creative ways to hate me. I found it entertaining. I couldn't find a therapist who'd stay. I was too good at playing games. Your pride and your selfish ways caused you to make mistakes. I have a list you know you made and an army in the shade of the acacia with a plan for the escape. You'll be somewhere under waves of crackheads and hurricanes, and I'll be with them foreign girls who love to feed me grapes. I only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid, and make my name last as long as my last name. Wake up. The one you left to die The only one left standing, the life you'll never live, the love you don't deserve to understand. The tree of life, the golden spiral, grown from an abandoned orphan child, alien, indigenous, and Irish, who gave everything he had to help the ones he met along the way. He died, wandering alone, fighting to save the lives of those who ostracized him. Only the forest heard his cries. Somewhere deep, a green heart writhes, glowing, growing. That caring soul survived, and now he's in the air you breathe, thriving. Bittersweet parasites. But the blood is on your hands. One day you'll lose your mind, come to your senses, and look through that horizon and see it's always been exactly as I've planned. I'm those iridescent lights, blinking billions of eyes. Everything you think you know is a lie. I am vigilance incarnate, the first and last wildfire. You're all my favorite albums. I'm the case you live inside. I still take you out and play you as I drive. Flying down these dirt roads with a bear cub and a peregrine, my heroine beside. The greatest gift this world created is the illusion of goodbye. You're either with me or you will be cast aside. Either way, you are all going to die. And I will wake up fine when it's time to do it all again. From now until forever, I'm Kehasa Francois O'Brien. A butterfly just flew past my face and it told me, maybe boy, you're better off alone. The world outside could end at any moment. I want to die on the front lines fighting with my soldiers. The ones who never knew a love or hope. Hungry and hunting what they never had at home. I want to slide in a Hellcat right next to my shawty. The world only ever did her wrong. But if I can lead us to tomorrow, we can live inside a song. I want to fly. I want to fly. The dragonfly caught up to my shoulder and it told me, the world outside is hopeless and it's time to save your soul. Everyone you love is dead and gone and left you in the cold. I want to burn like a wildfire, spread it through these small towns. Make everyone that hurt me feel the pain that I endured. I gave them all the cure, and they cut me down 1,000 times and act like no one heard. I want to shine like the lights in the night sky, waking up and saving everybody's souls. Hold everybody close, and let everybody know. Open up your heart and let everybody know. Hold everybody close and don't let him take control. I want my dad to know he's loved before I want my dad to know real love before he dies. In my heart, he's the greatest man alive. He's in every story that I tell and every song I write. And when that fire that I started comes to kill me on my mountainside, I'll die surrounded by the family I earned. The bears, bees, butterflies, and birds. Before it hits that summit and meets me in my yurt, I'll feed my kids and cats some cyanide and lay with them as they purr. Shut the door and step outside. Stare out on my kingdom with 1,000-mile stare. Look out on my kingdom with 1,000-mile stare. Light a cigarette and thank God that it hurts. Hello. Henry the Wife Slayer? How long has your channel been up? 8 years ago, Henry the Wife Slayer? You would have had no idea that Henry was the Mind Flayer the whole time. Isn't that cool? Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on. Chat, I've been blessed. I had a bag of chips the whole time. What else is in this? I left myself a gift months. I also have this chicken that's a couple days old. And that's not great because I have the heat running, so the heat is kind of on that chicken, but I'm still gonna eat it. I don't care, man. I'm gonna find a microwave and cook that shit tomorrow, and I'll eat it. It's about to be a good night, chat. Fuck you. I'm gonna have a good night. I'm gonna have a jarrito. I wish I had a chocolate milk. Maybe I have one like buried on the other side. Let's go check. What's my charge at? 98? Cokie Balboa. It is pretty cold. It's not as cold as it was. Where I was before by the Canada border, it was like negative 25 wind chill. Here, it's negative 14. Do I have any chocolate milk in here? Do I have any chocolate milk? Oh, here's that. I've been telling you I had that robin. Or that cardinal. That's what that is. I need my fucking... I know I have... Yes. Yes. Yeah. Orange juice in here. I knew I had orange juice in here. But I have like pomegranate juice somewhere. I gotta find my pomegranate juice at some point, man. There's my... Keep this for a piss jug. That's fine, we can leave it. Fuck you. Now let's check the back compartment. Which is a mess, and I've been waiting until I have a place I can just take all this stuff out to organize it because it's cold as hell. But I got my vanilla chai. I'm gonna need this for tonight for the spicy chips, and I got my burritos. And I know I have pomegranate juice in here somewhere, but I'm not worried about it right now because it's fucking cold. I just want to, and I'm not going to be able to, man. We're just going to have to close it. We're not going to be able to turn that sideways yet. I think I'm about ready to head to bed. So let's, oh my, I left the fucking door open. Fuck you. See, that light didn't turn off. When I asked the aliens to give us a sign, that turned off, and then I said, was that you? Or I said, can you do it again? But I was trying to get a light in the sky, but then that light turned off. And then when I asked them to do it again, it turned back on. And just to show you, there's nobody there. No lights were turned on. Nobody went just to turn that off for 10 seconds and then turn it back on. It hasn't turned off. I can see it through the back here. I can see that I've been looking at that light the whole time. Let's have my jarrito. That's... The carbonation froze. I'm fucking pissed. Now it's just lime water. At least I found my vanilla chai. So not all is lost. Thank you. In my head. And I have songs I haven't even shared, like Circles. Life is a circle. Fill me up with pain. Put me in the grave. I guarantee I'll rise again. I was born a saint, but I turned into a soldier. Catch me out in Maine, then I take off in a plane down to Florida. Go on Facebook just to share the grace. See my haters and my lonely homie slowly turning gay. I think that y'all should be ashamed. You don't wake up every day and chase greatness. I was forged in fire and the flames. And I wake up and I pray. Those are two different songs, by the way. Science said the world is getting cold. When it does, you can find me with the native and the hiker ho. Shout out Cernanos, because I'm wild and I'm Irish like the Wendigo. Circles goes. Life is a circle. Fill me up with pain, put me in the grave, I guarantee I'll rise again. I can't remember that one. What is? Don't know how I'm alive, it must be the luck of the Irish. Somehow I find a way to keep them all inspired. Take it all higher, fire in our hearts, lightning in our minds. We take over in the night and we're flying towards the skyline. Let's stay bright till we're burned. Burn. So cool. So cool. And so pretty. I'm really drawing a blank. Usually the songs just come to me because they're floating around me, but I haven't thought about them in a long time. So I can't remember all of it, but there's Supernova. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only did me wrong. So you're just another line in a song, and I'm just another name on your phone. I was never one for doing what I'm told. Every time you turn me down, I turn to... We burn alive. Falling from the sky. Shooting stars falling from the sky. Symphonize our hearts and our minds, and we're flying towards the light. You can't stop the fire. It's in our rights. But that was back before your mind turned to a dragon and your heart turned into fragments. Every time we talk, it turns into a battle that only ever ends in sadness. Maybe it's time that you rediscovered magic, cleaned that dust out of your attic, went out and took a fucking walk. I've got so much going on, I don't have the time to talk, let alone deal with your self-made petty parasitic problems. Hit me up when you've broken down that wall and you're ready for it all. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only do me wrong. So you're just another line in a song, and I'm just another name on your phone. Every time you turn me down, I turn to ghosts. I was never one for doing what I'm told, so it's time you gotta go. You can't stop the fire. We take over in the night and we riot. You can't stop the fire. We burn alive. Shooting stars falling from the sky. Symphonize our hearts and our minds, and we're flying towards the light. And that's in an album called Sundance. And now we know that the native prophecy is that, yeah, we're all going to become extinct by fire. The last extinction event was water, and before that it was earth. We had earthquakes that killed off the population, and then we did the next cycle of humanity, and then we were killed off by floods, which is why every continent and every culture has a story about aliens telling them they need to build boats. And now we're going to burn alive. Volcanic eruptions, nuclear warheads, wildfires, toxic air from global warming. We will burn alive. We don't make it. None of us make it. You think you're going in the spaceship? No. But at least I existed on a camera for a while. People saw me trying to build a wagon, and they saw the world reject me because they like watching people suffer, because they didn't earn it. And then when I tried to start my own business, they shot it down. So it was never about me making my own way at all. It had everything to do with their hate. Nothing to do with my work ethic, which was the whole point, that it was all their prejudice and had nothing to do with my character. Reduced to an animal and had to fight as a state, digging out of dumpsters, fighting off his spiritually oppressive, narcissistic family, and being able to see the bits and pieces of when he shined through all the wills and extensions of people's character, trying to destroy his and change his influence. You'll be able to correctly, with the video of Battle My Own Mother, you'll be able to see when Casey was Casey and when Casey was being too raped spiritually by the extension of his generational karma. Which isn't his generational karma, it was just the horrible, disgusting pieces of shit that happened to be his predecessor epigenetically, that were still, to this day, stalking and trying to hurt him any way they can, which at this point is just socially and spiritually. So now that I have these chips, it's going to be a better night. I don't want to get fat, but I'm going to eat chips. And then I'll be at Tubby when I go to the, I've been eating a lot of pizza. I had a lot of pizza the other day. And before that, Domino's had that deal where you could get 2 large pizzas for $15, which usually would be like $30. So I was spending the money I had left and whatever I was getting from donations for gas to get around to do the wagon thing, hoping just to if I didn't do it, I would have beat myself up for a long time, being like, I shouldn't have gone right into the job. I should have gone looking for the wagon, because God could have opened up an opportunity to get me into it with a carpenter, and then I could have done a non-profit grant once I had a built product, and I could have gone right into spending the year of the horse building these wagons and distributing them to the public, and I wouldn't have even had to work a job. So I at least had to prove that I went 5,000 miles looking for help and show that no one was willing to help ever. They kicked me down the road, but they did give me enough gas to get there. Some people gave me $10. One time somebody gave me $26, which was really cool, but it was usually just $10. Sometimes I would pull up at a place and be like, hey, there was a snowstorm, I have a shovel. Can I shovel all this for whatever you'll give me, even if it's like $3? I'll do it for $3 just because, and then maybe in the future you might know somebody with land or something, and they'd usually twice they threw me a 20. There were also some instances where I was like, I really need money and I want to shovel, and then there would be an old guy shoveling, but I was going too fast already, and I was kind of hyped up on energy drinks, and I felt like I had to go somewhere else. But I knew kind of in my head, I was like, that's kind of a God thing. I see an old man struggling to shovel, I should turn around. But then there was a bird like left to right, don't do it. So I was like, okay, are you sure? And then another bird right to left saying, yes, we were sure, don't do it. So I'll give myself a B. There were some opportunities I could have taken, and I didn't because it didn't feel right. That's on me. But I'm going to go to bed. It's been 4 hours. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, share the video with your grandma. She needs some generational karma. I've got my Cash App, my Venmo, in my PayPal, in my channel description. Help me save the world. We're all in this together. Make sure to build your foundation of structured daily routine. Supplements, probiotics, omega-3s, multivitamins, sunlight, fasting. Give yourself the love you deserve. Let go of it all and just rest out in the forest. It's not as bad as you think it is. It's actually very nice and you won't regret it. The universe is just waiting for you to let go and realize it's always been there your whole life. No matter what you're going through, you're never alone. Things that love you are around you in spirit, and they're just waiting for you to wake up. Every day I get up and keep going, and I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. I should be so dysfunctional. I'm heavily medicated and locked in a room, and if I can do this, then you can get up and to go talk to that girl. You can go do the push-ups and take a shower. You can write all your goals down and hang it up on your bed right next to you that you wake up and you mark every day your progress. If you need help, I have a Discord. You just comment on a random video for the Discord, and I invite you to the Discord where you can post your accountability with a group of people that never do it, but I do it. so you have a chance to just keep churning out your goals so you're not alone. And eventually we're all going to be building the new world because we came here for it. It's what we came here to do. Some of you came to enjoy it more than others. Some of us have to fucking suffer and work really hard to create something that's never been done before. Chosen ones are not blessed. They're immersed for the suffering they have to endure. And with that, it's me, your favorite homeless guy. Who knows, I could die tonight. I could freeze to death. I pray I freeze to death and it's over quick. Pray they have something to remember me by forever, which I think is alive. I think as soon as I'm immortalized, I'm probably dead the next day, like XXXTentacion and Jesus. As soon as he did his last parlor trick, that fake floor under the magician, when you think the magician got sawed in half, but really he crawled under the fake floor and escaped because he had his assistant there or his disciple to help him with the trick. Oh, look, they don't like that. Ooh, they don't like it. They don't like it when I get this close to the truth. Who's to say Jesus didn't go to Ireland after he escaped the tomb? Because the Irish met Jesus and they have stories about him afterwards. Because Ireland has always been the true Israelites. And many accounts that didn't make the cut spoke of Jesus having a wife and kids. Sophia. Who's to say once he got his buddy to pretend to be a guard and show up and string a corpse up on the cross, and then because God was sending him divine intervention, who's to say they didn't dig a tunnel under that tomb so that he could crawl out from under it and seal it off as he went? And then went and had a great life for the rest of his life. What was life expectancy back then? Like 40? Who's to say he didn't get another 7 years? Just to go enjoy the world without having to be of service to it. Which, if you didn't realize, is the plot to Total Drama Island, the plot to The Hunger Games, the plot to Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk. They're in Israel playing Fortnite right now after they fulfilled their role. And with that, good night. It's funny, somebody told me to buck up because I was drinking bucked up the whole